Good morning and welcome everyone to the Sport Forum 2021. It is the second year in a row that the Sport Forum is held and broadcast virtually. My name is Edmundas Jasinskas and I am Vice Rector for Research at Lithuanian Sports University. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all at this international event. The aim of the Sport Forum and the International Scientific Conference is to disseminate innovation in the European and global sports science, to share the latest research results with scientists, doctoral and other students and practitioners carrying out research or working in the field of sport. This year, the Sport Forum will cover topical issues in the field of sport, such as sport for all, good governance in sport, sport activities in post-pandemic recovery, and innovation and digitalization in sport. We will start the forum presentation and discussions. But before starting, I would like to give an opportunity to our honorary guest to say a few welcome words. First, I would like to invite Her Magnificence, Rector of Lithuanian Sports University, Diana Reklaitė. Please.
Thank you, Edmundas, and good morning for all of you. And dear Vice Minister, representatives from Lithuanian Olympic Committee, our honorable speakers, colleagues, students, coaches, athletes, and all our guests and participants who will spend this day together with us. Already for the 13th time, Lithuanian Sports University has been hosting a coaching conference. And 3 years ago, while celebrating our university's 85th anniversary, we decided to expand our conference, and together with our faithful partners, Lithuanian National Olympic Committee and the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, we began to organize the International Sport Forum. Of course, it is a bit disappointing that we cannot meet live and to feel a spirit of sharing knowledge and just being together. But we have been organizing this event online for the second year already. And we see that the Sport Forum still attracts really a lot of participants from all over the world even. And in fact, from some point of view, it's even more convenient. This is how we can reach and be seen and heard by an even wider audience. And every time we organize a forum, we try to touch the most relevant topics for sports scientists and sport professionals. And this year, the themes are dictated by life itself, mostly by the never-ending changes in all the areas of our lives, and in sports in particular. With an ongoing pandemic situation, new topics have emerged. How to organize sports activities, not meeting each other face-to-face. How to help all people stay active, not getting in the contact with them. How sport clubs can effectively organize activities in unusual conditions. How athletes can maintain the necessary sport shape and not lose their motivation. We're also waiting for a very interesting report on nutrition. It's have been very actual question for athletes all the time, but even more actual during the quarantine. Another very relevant topic, also dictated by the rapidly changing environment, is the use of new technologies in sport. What kind of modern technologies are used for sports? How to apply them for athlete training and testing in order to achieve the highest possible sport achievements and to avoid overtraining and injuries. And we will be able to have the discussion about the development of digitalization and innovation in sport, which helps to improve the performance of athletes and achieve better and better results every year. The Lithuanian sports sector is currently going through a period of great transformation, and many reforms are taking place, and the responsible authorities are considering which way to go and what sports system development strategies to choose. And that's why the management aspect of how the system must work in order to reach the highest results and to make people more physically active is also becoming very important. This aspect will also be discussed by scientists and practitioners from different countries who will present their views and share the experiences with us. We can listen and learn from the best examples from all over the world, discuss and ask questions. So we are very happy this year to have lectures from different countries in our forum, from UK, USA, Australia, Serbia, Poland, and others. So very wide geography and a very wide range of topics. Researchers and lecturers from Lithuanian Sports University have really very close and fruitful relations with colleagues from other countries and universities all the time. And they carry out research together and participate in joint research and study projects, but it's not enough to work together. The mission of the cooperation is also to transfer the knowledge we create and have for the practitioners working in the field, for coaches, athletes, sport managers, and our students and colleagues as well. We hope that our work and cooperation will be of great benefit to all of you and will encourage the increase of competencies of professionals and will make the impact on overall effectiveness of Lithuanian sports sector. Because this is the real mission of the university, to spread latest world-class knowledge to students, scientists, sport policymakers, coaches, athletes, and other practitioners. It's a pleasure to see everyone gathering together, because today you will definitely have a unique opportunity to listen to world-class speakers, to wonderful and exclusive messages. Today, the first day of our forum, we invited respected lecturers to present us a picture of sport, to raise the ideas that we could see ourselves in the context of world sports science and just to live for a few days in sports science. And I would like to thank our wonderful keynote speakers who will share your time and knowledge with us. And also to say the biggest thanks to our devoted partners and supporters, Lithuanian National Olympic Committee and Lithuanian Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, who are always in close contact with our sport university and understand the importance of sports science and research for the development and new achievements of our sport in Lithuania and in general. And they realize that without sports science and well-trained coaches, modern sport has no future. We always feel the constant support and understanding from their side. So thank you very much. And for that realization that really we can build something only working together. So I wish you all good impressions, new knowledge, ideas, and inspiration for your future work in the sport field. And thank you. Have a nice and meaningful day. And don't forget to join us tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rector. And now I wish to invite of Education, Science and Sport Ministry, Linas Obsarskas. So please, some few welcome words.
Good morning for everyone, dear Rector, Chairman, colleagues, all participants of this forum. It's a great pleasure to welcome you in this event. Ministry of Education, Science and Sport of the Republic of Lithuania sees the high importance of the questions under discussion today. Just 2 days ago, at November 30, the European Union Council of Sport Ministers adopted a Council resolution of the key features of the European model of sport. The main topic of this forum is to exchange ideas, experiences, and knowledges about the athlete training, management, and determination of sport performance. An assessment of the performance, developments, and trends observed in recent years in high-performance sport in the Republic of Lithuania has highlighted the need for all responsible stakeholders to review and substantially improve the training model for athletes. Now in Lithuania works the group of sports specialists to propose the necessary steps to strengthen the system of higher sport excellence. I think that this forum will help us on this difficult task. Sharing the experience with international colleagues is a well-known and most effective way to find best solutions. That can help us to start act in different way to create new or improve known athletes training management systems. I wish you great success and meaningful discussion to everyone in this forum. Thank you and good luck.
The listeners.
Good morning, here in Lithuania, dear Rector, Vice Minister, honorable guests, speakers and participants. Me and Nerijus will host it. We will be the moderators. And let us introduce ourselves. I am Brigita Mežienė. My health behavior is my research topic, and physical activity is one of the main topics in it, as well as its psychosocial determinants and health outcomes. So, Nerijus, please introduce yourself too.
My research area is muscle and brain crosstalk, and at the same time I'm a president of Fort for All in Lithuania. And I would like to start the session together with Brigita and introduce our first speaker, John Kessel. He is a very famous lecturer, also a coach, and he has been part of every Summer Olympics and Paralympics and many beach and para volley volleyball world championships took part in. So welcome, John. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. It's an honor to be able to share some ideas, and rather than really talk too much more, I think it's time to get on with some ideas to be shared. So, yeah, the biggest thing that we're talking about here is creating a pipeline for countries and for clubs, and whether they're professional or not. And in the US, we've been working on long-term athletic development for decades, as you see both in football and in volleyball, my sport. The summary is this, that you want to keep as many people as long as possible. And keyword there is many and long. And of course, now we realize how important it is to keep it in the best and safest learning environment. So I don't have time to talk about the learning environment. That's motor learning science, and some other people will probably address that. But it is the two most important skills in volleyball are reading what's happening on the other side of the net and learning. And learning is a skill that we as coaches can do better to put the knowledge into our kids' heads and let the game teach the game. So the reason for this is because in LTAD, long-term athletic development, there still is no science that can say, oh, we are going to pick these very well. We don't know that. Initial ability has no correlation to final ability. So, and in my sport, volleyball, as well as many of the other sports in your countries, you can play volleyball in the national championships here in the United States at 80 and over. So it's a lifetime sport for sure. Let's see if I can get the next slide. Come on. There we go. So for me, I think I'm in Lithuania here. Going over to a team handball goal that was in the gym, but we created just with a ribbon, and you can use a rope, but the ribbon looks like the top of the net. We just run it down from team handball goal to team handball goal, or football goal to football goal that might be indoors, basketball hoops, and ways to anchor it you'll see here in a little bit, but you just need that top of the net. You don't have to spend tons of money at the development stage to have a full net. Some examples of this happening on the upper left corner, playing over the fence. This is actually our gold medal coach and 3-time Olympic player coach, Karch Karai. This is his high school where the boys are playing over the fence just because they don't have a net. And the kids are holding up their sweaters here in Palestine and putting up their suitcases and putting up the cushion for littler kids. So the key thing that most volleyball coaches fail to do is use the net, and that's a big problem for sure. Around the world, just 2 pieces of wood or 4 total to create a court is all you need. The one shot with the ocean in the background, that happens to be in Vanuatu. I was doing a clinic, and there's a bamboo forest just a little bit of ways, and we went in and got some bamboo stalks and made the wood X's. On the grass, we don't even have lines. In the Alaska example, where the kids are playing, they're just using their shoes and socks. So there are 2 videos out there that this presentation will link to. Learning volleyball through Gabe's is an FIVB course where you can see the wood X's again. And then the big, huge example where we doubled the size of the court on this video that you can see at a later time so we can stay on time. This huge wood X is, gosh, these guys spent an hour playing and only had 1 rally. These are adult professional volleyball players, but when we doubled the size of the court, they couldn't. So obviously with children, you want to shrink it down. And that's a big deal. This is a pretty important idea for my sport, and for badminton, and for tennis and sitting volleyball, where whether you're using a tennis court and adapting it to volleyball, or you're doing it at the gym, if you simply put two anchors, one at say 3 meters and one down on the ground, that rope becomes your anchor. And if I wanted to, that rope, I could attach the ribbon as well, so it looked like the top of the net. This is a hugely important way to, at low cost, create, again, not just volleyball, but you can lower it and have tons of badminton. You can lower it down and have youth tennis and sitting volleyball. So this rope wall adjustable standards is a pretty important idea, I think. The upper left corner, you see 36 kids on one regular court playing 6-on-6 sitting volleyball, just with a rope attached to the two chairs. And again, I use the ribbon more now, but it's a chance to really get the chance to play over the net. That's what everybody wants to do. You can see in the middle, at the bottom, the kid is making herself be the net. You can do the same version. It's called loser becomes the net. So let's just imagine there's the 3 kids and they play 1 against 1. And the middle person is the one who lost the point just before. They could be standing and they could be raising their arms up high and things like that. But if you play doubles that way, you actually start to have a kind of a wider net, and you're playing the real game of pass, set, hit, and instant point. Whoever loses the rally becomes the next net. It's a fantastic way to grow the game without even having any standards. They can do it at recess. They can do it at lunch. Just 6 kids can get pretty good at volleyball by playing loser becomes the net. Every sport has what we call good or bad mistakes. In volleyball, it is better to serve out long than into the net. It's better to spike off the blocker's hands or out of bounds than into the net. It's better to set it too far off the net than too tight to the net. So most drills we see put the kids in a negative place where they put it too close to the net, or they hit it down and they don't hit it over a net. And we want to teach kids first to hit the air that's good and then change to becoming great, rather than doing something else. Now, here the kids on this video, they do what's called salt and pepper. I pass the ball to myself, then I hit it over the net, and that person passes the ball to himself or herself, and then they put it over the net. And this net is exactly, you can see it's just a ribbon. So in this gym, we had 50 kids playing behind this video. One of the things about my sport that I think people would be amazed at is at the lower end here, the bottom of the page. The average contact time in an Olympics per player for the entire Olympics, when you lump the children, or when you lump the contact time together and put the setter into the averages, because the setter touches the most balls, is less than 30 seconds for the whole Olympics. And that's partly because when you spike, you hit a ball, the contact time on skin, people don't know it until you take high speed film, is less than 1/100th of a second. So it takes 100 spikes until you get to 1 second of contact time. And that makes volleyball kind of challenging, why reading is so important. So I want my kids, I have them come into the gym and I say, I want you to make mistakes, because mistakes are part of learning, and it shouldn't be a place of fear. We call it an exploratorium, like a place to explore, and that's what gyms are all about. Another unique variation that you can find on YouTube and is to change from teaching in the forearm pass, which is an important skill in volleyball but hurts, to spiking first, which is the most fun. So when I walk into a gym all over the world, I'm going to Dubai in about a week and a half. I will say, hi, I'm a volleyball coach. Let's hit, let's spike first. That's the first thing I want to do. And so they'll slap the ball to their teammate who slaps a ball that looks like a set, but that's not very good because they're just starting. But then that player gets to jump up and spike it. And that chance to go past set spike means that they will be very engaged for hours, and not that I don't want to teach the fundamentals, but I want to hook them. I want to get them to love the game. So the way we do that, excuse me, is by doubles. And there's a picture of my son who's on the national team. He plays for Berlin Recycling, but here he's playing for the US team. But this is a picture of us playing doubles. And again, around the world, doesn't matter. It's pretty important to create the Olympic game of beach doubles on grass or on hard surface, but play doubles and then progress to 6-on-6. Karch, my son, these great players, they didn't start playing the 6-person game until they were, 15, I think was Cody. Karch was 14. And, these are some of the greatest players around. Excuse me. This slide covers a lot of things that I just want to, again, sharing ideas is what I came to do here today. When you only have a few volleyballs, you want to create these stations. You want to stop them from standing in line. I like to teach them the images that we showed earlier and show them how they could build a court at home. So they just get 3 other friends and they can play doubles. And if you can get the kids doing that kind of experience, they will become much better, much faster. And the same happens in any sport, whether you have small-sided games. So there's a video link here to the Lions Cup that, again, will show how great you can become young if you just get a good start. An idea that's kind of big picture to the highest level. If with your team of 12, you only can get one ball moving over the court at one time, you might as well just play the game. The whole idea of creating drills or creating smaller sided games is so that in that same amount of time of practice, you're getting more contacts per hour, because we learn by doing. I have my kids, watched me drive a car for 16 years, but when they went to learn to drive the car themselves, they had no idea how to drive the car, even though they'd watched me for 16 years. And the same happens in any motor skill. You have to do it. In surgery, which is a motor skill, my surgeon friends say, see one, do one, and then teach one. And so we know that which you teach, you learn. So I would urge all the listeners here to see what they can do to have some of the time of your athletes teaching the pipeline, teaching the younger kids. And that's what you see in a lot of the programs around the world that are really strong. We don't do many drills. It's kind of terrifying. If we went offline and typed in volleyball drill into Google right now, you would find somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 million choices. Million. So yet our national team does less than 10 or 12 drills. What we change is the scoring, and there's a lot of examples of how to do that, but you want to make it as reality-based. The net is a regulatory stimuli, and when you practice in front of it, or you ignore it, or you use the wall only, then you're not getting the chance to read and anticipate all those things that happen in every sport, really, but in volleyball, because it's so compact and the ball flies so fast, it's really important how you read and anticipate. There's some links here to some research on motor learning. Again, we don't have a lot of time. I want to learn from the other speakers here today, but there's the links here that you'll have are for you get the chance to keep learning. So these links here, my son is number 11 on Berlin's team, and I'm kind of proud. He was the last one cut from the Tokyo team, but the chances to play the real game. This is the link to the FIU video, the playing volleyball like a kid, how to set up these net systems and how to build a sand court. If you want to build the sand court, but grass is fine. You know, it's just a wonderful place to play, and so is concrete. So the last thing I'm going to suggest your listeners maybe tag onto is a chance to go to Facebook if you're on. We started a thing about 6 years ago. We thought we'd have 200 people, and it's now got 23,000 coaches. It's called Volleyball Coaches and Trainers, and it's a great place in English to be able to dialogue and discuss. And we have a rule that says, say what you mean what you say, but don't be mean when you say it. And that is a way of, in English, saying be nice to each other. And if you're not nice in this group, we are going to kick you out. So looking forward to seeing and learning here this morning from other people. It's a chance for other people to get doing their thing. And at the end of this, I'm looking forward to Q&A. So thanks for the opportunity to share some ideas.
Management and promotion of outdoor sports at a local, national, and European level. His background is in outdoor and environmental education, and he is a very effective communicator, having worked in the field of education for over 20 years. He also co-authored the Outdoor Recreation Action Plan for Northern Ireland, which has been endorsed by the governmental institutions of Ireland. So Mike, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks, John, for your really inspiring and interesting presentation on volleyball. I'm going to take you to a different world. It's the world of the outdoors and the natural environment. I live in Northern Ireland. This is my local beach where I walk most mornings, so just to give you an idea of where I'm based. I'm going to cover kind of 4 key things this morning. First of all, just a quick introduction to the European Network of Outdoor Sports. I'm currently the chairman of that European network, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And then what has been happening in terms of the outdoors because of COVID. And then I'll focus mostly on the benefits that we know come from outdoor sports, and a little bit about some of our further work. So those are the 4 key areas that I'll touch on this morning. Okay, so the European Network of Outdoor Sports is really an organization that brings together a very varied group or groups of other organizations that all have an interest in the outdoors, and our aim is to work together to promote outdoor sports. Many of you will know that the outdoor sports are increasingly popular, and the European Barometer on sport and physical activity has shown that actually most sport takes place and physical activity takes place in parks and outdoor settings. So that there is this huge interest in outdoor sports, but actually at a European level, we were finding that the European Commission and the sport unit had not really taken account of outdoor sports, and that's why ENOS was formed a number of years ago. There is a fairly agreed definition of sport in terms of all forms of physical activity. I'll not go into that in detail, but for us in the outdoors, we created a definition of what we mean by outdoor sports. And really the critical bit of this is that outdoor sports are activities that take place in nature, in natural settings. So John was talking about volleyball, and normally takes place in a court, although it was great to see that it can take place almost anywhere if you've got bits of stick or a piece of string. But one of the things about outdoor sports that sets it apart from many other sports is that we use the natural environment and quite often other people's land for our activities. And that's central to what we're thinking of in terms of outdoor sports. ENOS itself was formed in 2013 at a conference in Slovakia, and we have members from, we're actually up to about 15 different countries now, and very varied sectors. We have universities, government agencies, right through to grassroots sports clubs and other international and European federations. One of the things that all of our members have to do is to sign up to a charter for outdoor sports, and what we believe in the charter. And one of the big things in this is the whole area of environment and conservation, because that's right at the core of what we do. But we also have this principle that outdoor sports are for all, and I'll touch more on that whenever I talk about the benefits of outdoor sports. And there are 10 points within the charter. I'll not go through them all now, but if you go to our website, which will come up at the end, you'll be able to link in and see the charter there. So in 2020, we all know that the world changed quite dramatically with the spread of COVID-19. And at fairly near the start of that process, ENOS wrote a manifesto for the outdoors. We realized that as lockdowns happened, that we thought that people will really need nature and natural areas again once the lockdowns eased. We had no idea when we wrote this to the extent at which that would happen. And we made some pretty bold statements about this. We said, you know, that outdoor sports provide these significant benefits to individuals for health and well-being, and we've seen that over the last year and a half. Is that the numbers of people using the outdoors in most countries has doubled through counters and other tools to measure the impact of people using outdoor sports. So the question is, how did we manage to make all these claims? We'd done a piece of research, started about 4 years ago, and it was a 3-year program on the benefits of outdoor sports for society. That was done through an Erasmus Plus project, and we had 11 partners involved in the project from 7 different nations. And to do this, we had a 3-stage process. The first stage was to review what evidence there was that outdoor sports provide genuine benefits. And the second stage was looking at a method to put a monetary value in those benefits. So it was really taking things to a different stage where we're saying, we know there are benefits, but what are those benefits actually worth in financial terms? And then the third stage was to test that model and to make sure that it worked for real. So what we did was we did a search for academic studies, and we had 7 partner countries involved in that search in 7 different languages. All of the studies had to be between 2002 and 2017. So we wanted relatively recent studies, and we used specific terms like outdoor sports benefits, social benefits as keywords for those studies. We actually found over 17,500 studies, and some were duplicates. And then we went through all of the abstracts for those 17,000 studies. So it was a huge piece of work from our researchers. And 133 of those studies were selected for extracting data from. And the vast majority were from 2012 to 2017, which showed there was a real growth interest in this area of looking at the benefits of outdoor sports. And what we found, we could categorize those into a number of different areas. And the most important one was the whole area of mental health and well-being. And most recent studies were focused on this issue of connecting people to nature and how it impacts on their mental and well-being sense. A lot of studies were also on physical health, and we know that taking part in sport and physical activity is really good for your physical health. But what we've discovered is that actually, if you do it in green environments, in outdoor settings, there are actually additional benefits for your health in that you work physically harder, but you don't realize that you're doing so. We also had a lot of studies on this area of what we called active citizenship, which is really about people connecting with each other in that sense of community. We had quite a lot of studies about the whole benefit of education and lifelong learning through outdoor sports. and how it connects people to educational systems. And also it's been used quite a lot for crime reduction purposes. So adventure activities and particularly those challenging activities have been used to help young people at risk from crime. And there were a number of additional benefits that we found as well. John mentioned about volleyball is very much a lifelong sport. We found that very strongly come out with the outdoor sports, is people tend to participate from very young age, really from they're out of the pram right through until they're very elderly. And again, we came up with quite a list of things that people gain from outdoor sports. And we have infographics on our website for the project, which you can download and look at in detail. So what were some of the key messages that we found from this? We found that there are enhanced benefits of taking part in physical activity and being in nature. We know that being in nature is good for our health. We know that physical activity is good for health. And it was definitely that there is a case of the combination of the two provides enhanced mental health and well-being, and also physical well-being. We also found very strong data on the importance of using the outdoors for interpersonal development and intrapersonal development. That's really about ourselves, about thinking about ourselves and where our place is in society, and how outdoor sports can contribute to active citizenship. There was a really important thing about connecting people with nature and improving environmental awareness and education. And as a result of that, we've got a secondary project now focused on sustainability and environmental education in outdoor sports, and really drilling into that topic. One of the things about outdoor sports as well is that it can engage people from a really broad range of social or economic backgrounds and abilities. You need very little equipment to take part. If you want to go hiking in a local forest, all you need is a pair of shoes and some clothes. So really anybody can participate in this at any level. And again, there's been a lot of work being done recently on inclusive outdoor sports for people with disabilities. And as I mentioned earlier, there are a few limitations, and they're great for lifelong physical activity. One of the studies that we came across was a group of 80-plus-year-olds in Denmark who regularly cycle. And the project was titled "Old Men and Their Two-Wheel Love Affairs." So they're real engagement with each other and with their bicycles in Denmark. We then did some testing of the work that we'd done, and we actually drilled into a number of sports and activities to see how the monetization would work, but also to find out what benefits would be gained at a local level. So we did some practical research with a number of studies, but I'm going to just focus in on one here, which is one I was involved with, which is a group called Row the Earn here in Northern Ireland. And Row the Earn is a community rowing organisation that uses a traditional 10-person currach. A currach is a traditional Irish boat that was used on the sea. Normally they're quite small, they're only 3-person boats, but this one has been designed as a 10-person boat. And we found some really interesting data from this. We used World Health Organization standardized questionnaires on well-being. It's known as the WHO5. And we found that the activities created a 12.3% increase in a sense of well-being for those who participated regularly in the rowing. One of the things we found was that the club seemed to attract people who had actual mental health issues. And we found that across a number of outdoor sports, is that people tend to get attracted to it who have maybe got mental health issues. But people find it incredibly therapeutic to be out on the water. We also used a system called PANAS, positive and negative affective scores. So these are standardized questionnaires that you can use to measure sense of well-being. And again, the members of the rowing club had a 6.2% higher than average, societal average, positive affective score, and a lower than average negative affective score. So again, remember, these are people that often come in with mental health issues, and yet through the club, we saw significant mental health improvements as a result of this. So we've got some really good hard data as a result of this project. One of the things, again, that came out was this sense of community, and people felt that they had really strong, developed close personal friendships and a very strong sense of community. We had one lady on the project who actually stood up at a seminar and said that without the project, she wouldn't have been there because she had been suicidal prior to it and got really engaged with the project. But also people felt much more aware of environmental issues, their local wildlife, and on both a local and global scale. And when we think about the whole area of climate change and climate impact, outdoor sports can really connect people to nature and to those environmental issues. As a result of the testing, we changed our categories slightly, and we changed the active citizenship to that sense of community, because we felt that was such an important thing and maybe an easier way to describe it. And we also, we had originally the environmental issues as part of our life education and lifelong learning, but felt it really deserved a field of its own, because there were so many studies, and also so many of our own test studies connected people to the environment and to the natural environment. So those were our kind of revised categories. So that gives you a bit of an insight into what we've found from our research and the benefits of outdoor sports. What I'm going to talk about a little bit is what's next for us in ENOS. As I mentioned, we've been working quite a lot on this whole area of sustainability and environmental education. And a lot of that is a result of the new European Green Deal, which is probably the foremost thing next to COVID on the European Commission's agenda. And a lot of people have described the whole issue of climate change as you know, that COVID will be a walk in the park compared to what potentially is coming with climate change. And we need to be prepared for that and to move forward for that. So we've been working on a policy position paper for the Green Deal, and we've just got that about finished. We'll be launching that position paper in the new year. That really outlines what we would expect the Commission to do and what the things that outdoor sports can do as a result of climate change, because we can connect people to natural environments, but also through the development of increased biodiversity, there are opportunities to increase opportunities for people to participate in outdoor sports. So for example, one of the things that we're proposing is that every river has a buffer zone of biodiversity, so that farm animals cannot get to rivers and pollute waterways. It'll stop bank erosion, but it also can connect people through the use of trails within those biodiversity corridors. So actually creating opportunities for outdoor sports and creating opportunities for biodiversity can go hand in hand. And that's a key thing, a key message that we're trying to promote at the minute. We're also involved in an EU expert group on sustainable sport, and that's taking up a fair amount of time in some of our board members. We've got this new project on sustainability and environmental education, and I'd be delighted to share more information about that. We're finding some really fascinating information coming out of that project. We do quite a lot of capacity building and webinars throughout the year, so if you want to keep an eye on our website for that. And we also have a number of projects looking at the whole area of inclusion and opportunities for people, particularly with disabilities, or also who are from economically deprived backgrounds, to participate in outdoor sports. And one of the big things that we do is we run a major conference every 2 years. We were to run it in 2021 this year, but we put it back a year because of COVID. It's the Outdoor Sports Euromeet. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. As I mentioned, we have a close working relationship with the natural environment. As a result of that, we have developed a partnership with an organization called Europark Federation. Europark is the network of protected areas in Europe, so the national parks and nature reserves across Europe. And we work very closely with Europark. They're a partner with us in the SEA project. And as a result of that, we've created 10 good principles for operating in protected areas as an outdoor sports enthusiast. And again, these principles are available on our website and on the Europark website. So that partnership working is critical to us as part of our network. As I mentioned, we've got our Outdoor Sports Euromeet. It's a major conference. It's due now to take place in Silkeborg, which is the self-proclaimed outdoor capital of Denmark. I've been to Silkeborg. It's an incredible city that is right beside a lake, but has forest all around it. And we're going to be looking at a number of key issues throughout that Euromeet. And really the focus is going to be green sports for a greener and healthier Europe. So that's given you a little insight into what we do in ENOS and some of the benefits that outdoor sports can actually create. Do have a look at our website. We would love to see more people join us. We're delighted that the Lithuanian Sports University is a member of our network. So thanks for being a member and thanks for listening. And I look forward to questions later on.
It was very interesting indeed, and I'm sure you will get many questions. I already saw some of these. But at first, let me introduce Ed Franklin. And Ed is very famous in England in football. He works in a high performance manager at the FIFA. Also, he has over 20 years experience in delivering and leading performance services at academy and first team level in England. And his topic is an analysis of the talent development ecosystem. Welcome, Ed.
Welcome. I'm just attempting to share my screen. Bear me 1 second. I'll come back in, hopefully. Here we go. And okay, is that okay for everybody? I think that should be okay. Okay, thank you very much. So much for inviting myself, and on behalf of FIFA, I'd like to say thank you to the university for inviting us today to present our insights of the global analysis. As you were very kind, saying very famous, I'm not so sure about that, but I'll take the accolade. So thank you very much. Yes, I mean, I've been working in the UK, very fortunate to work in the academy environment from a performance perspective for the last 20 years. I spent 15 years working in a club where I reside currently, Reading Football Club. And we were really fortunate with the inception of the EPPP.
Excuse me, Ed, could you enlarge your slides? Could you enlarge your slides?
Okay, sorry, apologies. Is this one better?
Now it's very good, thank you.
Okay, apologies, thank you very much. Okay, cool. So, yeah, so where were we? So, yes, so really fortunate to be in the academy environment from a performance perspective. And the landscape changed hugely over the last 10 years, 12 years with the inception of the EPPP categorization from the Premier League. In 2020, I was really fortunate to have the opportunity to join FIFA as part of the ecosystem analysis. And for the last 18 months, I've been working with a number of member associations and working on this ecosystem analysis of what the talent development is. What I'd like to share with you today, and it's been fantastic listening to both John and Mike about the access and about giving everybody a chance. And this is something that we're very passionate here about FIFA, is about giving every talent a chance. So today we just want to give a very brief overview of the current situation. I want to go through the ecosystem analysis process, how we conducted this, and then just a very small insight into the analysis itself and some of the results. This is 18 months of research. To pack that into 20 minutes is very difficult. So I'll give you a very small insight, but certainly I'll give you the links that you'll be able to have access to the research and the global report that FIFA produced. So the current situation, I think when working around the world, we got the feeling that not all talents got the chance. And so certain countries that have far more players in the international clubs than others. So, and very often member associations, which are, for example, England, France, Lithuania, Brazil, etc. We have the MAs that ones qualify for the bigger competitions, but not all of them seem to feel their true potential. But why is this? So again, this is one of the questions we asked ourselves about why does this happen? And is it true across the globe? So when we look at this research here, and this is something that came out of from the research that we had previous to go into the global analysis, and it was kind of what backed up our decision to go and really deep dive into the ecosystem analysis of talent development across the globe. Are all countries reaching their full potential? This is the first question. So as you can see here on the slides, we have the U17 World Cup. And this is the semi-final appearances per confederation. FIFA has 6 confederations, and within each of those 6 confederations across the globe, there's a number of member associations that are members within those regions. So you have under 17 for the last 4 World Cups, the last 4 editions of the World Cups for the U17 World Cup. You've had 4 confederations present in the competitions. But when we take it to the senior men's competition, this goes down to 2, and it's dominated by European countries. So somewhere along the line, the success that's being seen at under 17 isn't filling its full potential by the time they get into the senior level. So this is really key. We need to find out, why is this happening, and where is this drop in form and this drop in potential, and how can we support that moving forward? So as we move forward now, and again, another question we go to, and very similar, I guess, where John was going, and again, this opportunity to play. And something that came out is that it was clear that not all talents get the equal chance to be involved and in competition across the globe. We had a look at the playing opportunities, and certain confederations here, and we've got, as you see the data on the slide here, the 6 confederations. Blue is number of boys, the boys competitions, and the orange is the girls competitions. And this is only the percentage of member associations that have at least 2 age group competitions, for the boys or the girls. So when you look at the likes of UEFA, you can see they're dominating it from the boys and the girls' perspective. But when you look at other areas of the world, you realize that obviously this is the limitation for young talents, young boys and girls that want to reach their dream of being a professional footballer. But less than that, they're just not having the opportunity to play football in an organized competition. So not everyone's receiving the same opportunity. That was clear. So here we have the FIFA president, Mr. Infantino, and in 2020 released the vision of FIFA. And as part of that, the key was to make football truly global. And to make football truly global, there was 11 goals, 11 targets we want to achieve. And goal 6 is increasing this global competitiveness. There's some key words in here about long-term ambition to, again, bring at least 50 teams, 50 national teams, 50 clubs closer together, to bring this disparity between the top clubs and the clubs or the countries that are further down the line, and really bridge this competitive gap. And this is supported by the Chief of Global Development, Arsene Wenger, and he's the one who's masterminded this report and this analysis to drive things forward. And again, given this opportunity, and it goes on again about the 2 data points that we put up, that again, how can we support the member associations to reach their full potential? Again, supporting them in solving the challenges and giving every talent a chance, raising the standards of youth development, something John mentioned about in his long-term athletic development piece there, about, again, having a safe and appropriate learning environment. And again, bringing this balance of increased competitiveness was our main target throughout what we were trying to achieve here. So it's quite clear, as part of this analysis, we really wanted to understand what was going on around the world. And we had a massive opportunity here. So we looked at the development stages of talent from a real simplistic perspective. Okay, so it's identifying the talent, training the talent, play the talent, and transitioning that talent, that transitioning from youth to senior football for both boys and girls. And it's clear that everyone would like to think, we'd hope that player development, talent development is the green and arrow here, but it's not. There's peaks and troughs. It goes up and down, and everyone has their own journey. So it's really for us to try to understand what are the peculiarities and what are the key areas of how we can really support talent and, as we mentioned, give every talent a chance and help countries reach their full potential. So why did we do the research? We kind of touched on it very previously here, but again, we really want to understand how talent development is working across the globe. We want to bring awareness to talent development, put talent development on the map, to bring it as a discussion point for key stakeholders within each country to support the growth of football. And also from a data perspective here, we had an opportunity to grasp data and put a line in the sand to have some data points that we could really work from as a baseline to move forward to. And within doing this, this was a historical moment. This is a historical moment within countries, within the global football ecosystem, that again, we were really having a true insight into what is going on in talent development. So that was kind of the reasons why. Now I want to bring a little overview of the how and how we did this. So here we have our little timeline. So our timeline here, in 2020, we conducted the analysis. FIFA has 211 member associations, of which all were invited. And it was unbelievable that 205 out of the 211 member associations took part in the analysis, something we never envisaged. And it was really positive and supported our mission statement that we really want to get talent development on the map. As part of that, we had Double Pass supported us. Double Pass came in and supported the academy analysis. And 864 academies were analysed across the globe. Throughout this analysis of 2020, the foundations of which we produced these reports were threefold. So every academy that took part received an in-depth report on what they do. Each country received a report specific to their findings, the data they provided, findings through interviews, which I'll talk about shortly, and also using all the data collected, gave benchmarks of where they sit across the top 100. So again, it's given this benchmark data of where they are, where they can move forward. And again, this, as we speak later, it's about giving the MAs this leverage. And then there's this global report that is public document. And this is something that again, I will give you the opportunity to share with you at the end of this presentation. And this gives a global overview of all the aspects that we covered. So this was what was the outcomes in 2021. As we're now going into Q4 and going into 2022, we are now going to have these individual meetings with the member associations, presenting their findings, building these relationships. And then the next stage is this talent development scheme where we will work with the individual countries based on the findings from the report and their strategic needs to support football development. And again, throughout this is a focus on both boys and girls football as one. So again, we mentioned that this is a historical moment, and this was one of the biggest research projects that FIFA had conducted. And again, as part of that, we had 205 member associations take part. Now, to do that, we had a team of 30 specialists, a team of 30 high-performance managers and high-performance experts that were deployed across the globe. Now, of course, the time where we took this forward, we had the global pandemic. The idea was to go out into the country, visit there for 4 or 5 days and meet different people, different stakeholders. That couldn't happen because of the COVID pandemic. So instead, everything became online, and we had a series of meetings. And in actual fact, it benefited the project because you had staff available without any other distractions of competitions, et cetera, that we could really get into the granular details of where they are, where they want to go, and the challenge they have. And it also gave a time for reflection for the member associations and the staff involved. In terms of the data, we distributed and had completed over 2,500 data templates, captured over 500,000 data points and conducted over 1,000 interviews across all the associations. So again, it wasn't just data, we're getting the nuances of why things are as they are. So I'm conscious of time, and I'm just going to give you a real snippet, a snapshot, if you like, of the findings from the ecosystem analysis. Again, our key strapline here, we mentioned before, is to give every talent a chance. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the academy analysis and the sides that we looked on that were supported by double pass throughout. So we had 864 academies complete the analysis. It was done in 2 levels. You had an online platform and a second level that was an online platform plus the in-depth interview program. The in-depth side was completed by 379 of the 864 academies. And as you can see here, we had coverage of all confederations. Of course, we had more coverage in UEFA than most other countries, but again, we had an overview and insight into the academy landscape, which was key. And again, both for male and female academies, which was a key piece moving forward. So Double Pass went in to do the research and do the analysis of these academies, working with the staff, asking them to fill online platforms and submit certain data. And from this, those of you know a lot about Double Pass, those that don't, they have a fulfillment ratio. And this was something that became very apparent, that was a key marker in the sand that we could really judge, not judge, but analyze to see where are the strengths and where are the weaknesses. So across the 74 international standards that had been validated through research at the University of Brussels, showed that there was a global disparity in the structure of academies set for both boys and girls. Okay, so on the slide in front of you here, on the left-hand side, we have the male academies. Both, we have the top 20 of what they scored, and then what was scored across each of the confederations. So again, you can kind of start to see the regional bias, if you like. I think one thing clear is the top 20 MAs, okay, top 20 MAs for both men and women, offered the highest fulfillment ratio, if you like. And then here, when we look at the men's side, okay, you have 63% for CONMEBOL and 61% for UEFA on the men's, showing the highest percentage there. And then you have UEFA and CONMEBOL on the female side as well, okay? So it's really key that, again, it just gives us this insight. And as much as we see there's, and of course, there's a difference between male and female academies, something that we need to bridge the gap there. But it was clear that academies residing in the top 20 countries for both boys and girls, again, had the benefits of a better environment to train. And of course, when we look at this, look at the strap line of giving every talent a chance, again, how can we bridge this gap? How can we bridge the gap for young boys and girls who want to reach the dream in Oceania, in Africa, for example? These are the key areas we need to address. So one further data point I want to share with you is, and again, there's 2 that I'm really going to share with you today, is this playing opportunities of the academies. And something that John mentioned, again, learn through doing, learn through play. So again, we have here, and again, there's lots of data points here, but I think one thing clear to see is that here we have on the right-hand side of the men's, so on the left-hand side, the men's, on the right-hand side, the women's. The pink bars are competitive fixtures, and green is the friendly fixtures. And then we look at the difference between the different age groups, but then you can see the difference between the different regions. And again, once again, you can see that the top 20 MAs, so again, academies that are residing in the top 20 countries, both boys and girls, are being offered, again, when compared to the other rankings, top 20, 21 to 100, offer less playing opportunities. Again, you can start to see a trend when we look at UEFA offering more playing opportunities, again, CONCACAF offering new opportunities. So again, it's again, how can we have this opportunity, offer this opportunity is equal across the globe? And again, I've highlighted this here, but again, academies from Central and Southern America offer the most competitive games for playing opportunities for girls. And I think this is, again, how can we utilize this project to really highlight the disparity between different areas of the globe, giving every talent a chance. So as I start to bring things to a close, the development opportunities that we saw and to bring everything together was, and again, just from the snippets that I showed today, and there's a QR code on the screen here that will give you access to the report, and this will take you to the FIFA website. That again, you can flick through, you can see the media and the articles, and then you can also download the full report itself. But to summarize, we had Double Pass go in and analyze the academies. What does the quality assurance do? This analysis to see where the academies are. Well, it gives an awareness of strengths and weaknesses. One thing we found from the reports and the work that we did is that this can be leveraged. And certainly from our experience in the UK, having this analysis gives a leverage with the key stakeholders in your organization to help support and improve the standards of which you want to work. One thing was clear was quality coaching. Having a low player to coach ratio was key. Having a programmed coaching curriculum throughout the age groups. So again, a structured approach to support development. And again, having the support for the coaches as well. Having a structured approach to supporting the coach development is key. And again, the third one on the screen there is this meaningful games program. Again, offer age-appropriate competitions, ability-appropriate competitions that we don't have teams getting beaten 20, 30-0. Again, young kids, you want to keep them interested. You want to keep them tested, extend and consolidate, but get in the right way. And then, of course, having the opportunity where possible to offer international playing opportunities. And this is even at domestic level. How can clubs offer international playing opportunities within the domestic club side? This is a key piece as well. Again, having this cultural insights into football. And this is something I've picked up in the last 18 months, working predominantly in England for 20 years, then coming into seeing what worldwide football, it's blown my mind. So there's a great opportunity here for moving forward and things in that area. So thank you ever so much for letting me give insight into this, into the global analysis. Just one last QR code and just one more access. This is the FIFA Training Center. This is launched at the start of November. And there's a load of articles, video content, interviews. And again, it's just a nice, timely resource, again, around coach development and also player development. But thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
So thank you, Ed. We now had all three interesting presentations, and we are about to start our discussion section. But before, I would like to remind the participants who are watching the session that on your screen you can see a Slido program where you can scan the QR code and also ask questions for the participants. Yeah, if you are interested in their presentations, you can elaborate a little bit more on them and ask some questions. So thank you. And Nerius, we already have some questions. Yes,
well, quite a lot. I don't know it will be enough time to discuss all of these, but let me start with John. Since we are talking about sport for all, could you tell us how do you manage to engage older people in a play over a net?
I think that I don't know how to summarize it other than to say the challenge of getting people to do sport, like you may have seen in the outdoor stuff that Mike talked about, the bigger the boat or the bigger the team, the more work it takes to get everybody together. So we see a huge Masters tournament, the World Masters in many, many sports, and in volleyball, doubles is one of the most popular. Not that they don't play six, but the chance to get the rural group together, it's the Olympic sport of doubles. And I think you're seeing that even in basketball. They've had the chance to take their Tokyo games, show the 3-on-3 now, where the game is much higher paced and everything. And that's going to grow basketball as well at any age. So just smaller sided even for the older people.
We have one more question. It is always fun to play volleyball, but what are the other benefits besides fun that this game may provide? It's quite popular now to do research on cognition after sport, etc. Maybe you can explain or speculate about other benefits.
Well, it just so happens that at the high school level in the United States, where we have a lot of school teams, the #1 team sport for girls is volleyball. Ahead of basketball, ahead of football, ahead of a game of softball. And I think that's because it's a non-contact sport, and the gals tend to gravitate towards not, I mean, there's certain athletes that don't mind the physical contact, don't get me wrong. But I think of my sister Long Ping, who was the first woman coach to win a gold medal in volleyball in Rio. When she won the Olympics gold medal in 1984, 4 months later, she was living in my house and learning English, and we were starting to share ideas. And she told me that she was pulled out of the Chinese system from basketball to volleyball because she was so slender. They didn't think she could take the fouling that happens. So I think the biggest benefit that we see in the United States that we explain to parents is that it's very low in concussions, very low in knee, in any injury. And I think that's the lifetime part of what volleyball has to bring to the world.
Thank you. Also, do you need special preparation for those who want to start playing volleyball, especially talking about very beginners, kids and seniors, if they did not do it before?
Yeah, it's frustrating because the gravity affects a volleyball at the same pace for a 10-year-old as it does for an Olympian. It falls, the law of gravity. So what you have to do is at the really young level, slow it down by using a balloon or a beach ball. And if you can get younger kids to start with those tools, they learn to love to keep the ball in the air, which is the biggest challenge of our sport. And I think beyond that, it really is the chance to play more doubles, more 3-on-3, rather than immediately rushing children into the 6-on-6 game where they reduce their contacts and learning time.
Okay, John, what I noticed in your presentation, like a message for all of us, is that it's good to make mistakes. Right? It's nothing bad, at least, to make mistakes. That's how we learn. Here, I can remember my own personal experience from the childhood when I also attended volleyball classes, and I liked the game very much. But the coach did not consider me as gifted. Yeah, he was annoyed because I couldn't, pass the ball through the fence and so on. So that's how I skipped the volleyball, and that only shows how important is the social support, of those authoritative persons like coaches are
is learning to ride a bike.
To let make mistakes.
And how do you learn to ride a bike? Did you do any bike riding drills? No. Did you have a bike riding coach? No.
I haven't had any coach after. yeah, so I skipped sports at all. And only when I grown up, I started again to, do some physical activity. Yeah.
Well, welcome back.
That's my own, that's experience. Okay, so let's ask some questions for Mike. We also have some. Well, Mike, do you have any empirical study done on your own on the outdoor sports? And if yes, what kind of results did you get? So what kind of results did you get if yes?
So empirical studies we did do as part of the BOSS project. So we do have some data on the benefits of outdoor sports for across 12 different case studies in Europe. So we have the data on each of those, and that really looks at the physical health benefits, the mental health benefits. So for example, one of the physical health benefits that we have empirical data on is how much physical activity people do in relation to the World Health Organization standard criteria of 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity per week. And we looked at how much people did before they took part in the projects and programs and how much they did afterwards. So there is some good data on that. We've also done quite a lot of work here in Northern Ireland particularly on participation in outdoor sports, looking at the numbers of people who participate. And then also we've been recently starting some work along with Cardiff University, looking particularly on why people participate and getting data on why people participate in the outdoors and what are their motivations for participating in sport. And that becomes particularly interesting when you start to break it down by demographics between males and females, and then younger people and older people. And it goes back to one of the questions you had earlier about, why do maybe older people participate? And I mean, one of the big questions we now want to look at is why do people not participate in sport? But that's a much more challenging thing to do, to get that sort of data. But yeah, we do have quite a bit of data, and if you go onto the onto our Benefits of Outdoor Sports Society website, you can download a lot of the information that we gained there.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, in your presentation, you have mentioned a lot of benefits of outdoor sports for physical health, and not only, also for mental health and for social life as well, which is really also very important. But could you name some benefits of outdoor sports that are kind of unique for outdoor sports, not for general physical activity?
Yeah, so the main one is really the connection with nature and the natural environment. That came out really strongly, that people felt the strong affinity to natural places and to green spaces, and that sense of place. So people got this sense of ownership for their local outdoor space and connecting people to that local outdoor space. And also what we found then is that a lot of those people were willing then to do things like volunteering for environmental organizations and maybe tree planting or picking up litter on beaches, doing beach cleans. We have a number of rowing and canoe clubs who at a local loch, sea loch, they all pick an island each, and they do beach cleans on each of the islands once a year. So those benefits for society of people actually connecting with nature and doing something to put something back into the natural environment. And the other thing that we found with outdoor sports, which was really interesting, was this idea of lifelong participation. Now, it does happen in some other sports, but for many sports, there is a cutoff point when you stop playing the sport. But actually what we found with outdoor sports, for things like even hiking, walking, sailing, canoeing, people do tend to do it right until their old age, simply because it is very accessible for people to do. So those two key things of environmental and also the lifelong participation that were two things that came out really strongly for outdoor sports.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We can see that you really are a great fan and a great expert as well in the field of outdoor sports. Nereus, probably you have
I would like to ask Mike one more question. As you mentioned mental health, could you explain a bit how do you measure it, and could you speculate about the mechanisms why mental health improves when you exercise in the nature?
Yeah, the second part of your question is a very interesting one, and we would be really keen to do more research into that. But in terms of the first part, the main way that we measure mental health is the use of surveys and questioning people. And those can either be online surveys, but actually a really effective way is to do it physically with people, to do some form of interview. For the project, we use standardized, recognized mechanisms to measure mental health. So the World Health Organization have created some standardized questionnaires for that. And it's very basic. It's only 5 key questions that measures mental health, but this is used globally across the world. So it's a really good mechanism for doing that. The other one that we used was a system, I mentioned it, called PANAS, the positive and negative affective scores. And that involves participants undertaking 30 questions about how they feel about various aspects of their life. What you need to do is you need to measure their mental health before they start participating, and then also afterwards. And that's quite challenging if you've got a program that people have participated in over a long term. But if you're starting a new program or a new project, it's a really good thing to do, to measure their mental health using those standardized mechanisms at the start, and then in 12 months' time, measure it again. And that allows you to see, have there been significant differences over that period of time. Your other question on why people are mental health improves when they take part in physical activity in nature is a really interesting one. Physical activity, we know there's some evidence in terms of oxygen flow to the brain that really helps. So when you do any physical activity, you get more oxygen in the brain, your body works harder, the blood flows faster, and that does have positive impacts. In terms of the nature thing, it's really not fully understood, but it is reckoned that, you know, for millennia, we spent our time in nature, hunting, gathering, being active in nature. That was the human being's means of existence. So we have this strong affinity to nature, and it's only in the last 100 years that we have actually moved away from that we're now living in urban environments. We're spending most of our time indoors. We're spending, like I am at the minute, much of our time sedentary, just sitting. We're designed to be on our feet. We're designed to be mobile, and we're designed to be in nature. And so actually, you know, it's probably something about going back to what we're meant to be, being in nature and being active as a human being. But you know, how do you actually prove that for sure? But that's a lot of the research would indicate that it's part of our psyche to be active and in nature. And again, as a result of COVID, one of the things we saw is that when people were cooped up in houses or in flats for weeks on end, the first thing they wanted to do was to get into natural settings again afterwards. And so we saw this huge influx of people to the outdoors. Also, it was the only thing for many countries that you were allowed to do. But clearly people did feel this strong affinity and connection.
Thank you. Very interesting indeed. I was thinking that they must be, if they are in a nature, they are not alone. They are together with the group. So maybe this social aspect also may play a role. But really, like you say, it's a really interesting topic and needs some more research to be done on it. Thank you.
I just want one remark to Mike's discussion to add. So actually it is, the human body is probably the only mechanism which works better when used.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mike, once again. Now we move to Ed, and we have one question from Nerius. Yes. How do you perceive talent in sport, and how do you recognize him or her?
Oh, wow. There's a big question, a very big question. Well, and I don't think I can answer that, to be honest, because what a talent is to me will be different to John, will be different to Mike, will be different in one country to the next. So yeah, for us to define a talent, you've got to look at the social and cultural backgrounds, the sport they're in, the necessities of what they want to achieve. And of course, within the cohort and the talent pool that they're in. So many different things to think about, but to sit down, and this is something that we went to sit down and actually try and attempt. And it was a really good question by when we got all our specialists together, was to try and, we need to define talent. We need to define a glossary of terms of what we mean. But to define talent, you'd be a millionaire, I think, if you could. So I think for us, in the realms of where we're looking towards the football development and where we're going, talent will be dictated by the country they're in, what football looks like to them, and the social and cultural surroundings that they're developing in.
Okay, thank you. Well, we still have more than 10 minutes or around 10 minutes. Maybe someone else could speculate about this, because in my opinion, talented kid, he is good in learning, good in sport, good in music, in art. Everything you give to him or her, he or she develops very fast in any area. So maybe someone else could also add his opinion on it. No comments? Okay, let's move to another question to Ed. Could you comment about daily routine of the academy player?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, depending on, from a global perspective, everything looked different in the way that they went about doing their business. And again, something that I think you spoke about in your opening address is, and something that we kind of covered in the slides, is about, again, what's available to the children, the talents, if you like, what's available to them to develop. And that will dictate what the journey will be like for the individual. What will be like for a talent in China will be different for a talent in Estonia or England or Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland. It will be completely different in that respect. Some things that we found out that again, from my background of sports science, was a real eye-opener, is that some areas of even within Europe, some areas of Europe don't have the access to expertise in sports science to upskill and support the coaching staff and the expertise to support the areas of sports science and development, elite learning, developing elite learning environments. And having that understanding can really bridge the opportunity to maximize the talent available. And that's something that I think we collectively, for sport for all, really, not just football, but everything we need to try and do is to try and support the areas of sports science, learning, whatever it may be, is that every area of the globe has the opportunity to have access to these fields of expertise. And that was something that was really clear that came out. And how can we do that will be a big question moving forward. So when we looked at some of the smaller countries, they wouldn't have access to medical facilities. They wouldn't have the medical expertise. Sports science would be very, very limited. So there would be some countries may have, for example, GPS, but they wouldn't have the expertise to use these facilities. Some countries won't have access to being upskilling their coaching qualifications to either a B, A, or pro license. They have to go outside the country to do that. Access to pitches is always a key in some areas of the globe. So again, all these different areas really impact on the child's ability to develop in line with one country to another. As I said, every talent is going to be different. Every talent's got their own ecosystem. They've got to try and maximize. And like you said, for me, how can the talent maximize their opportunity and find a way to professional football, if you like. So I think how that works out across the globe it's incredibly different. I could give an insight into what happens in the UK, but again, we can't dictate football according to what happens in England, that's for sure. So, but yeah, so I think, like I say, having conferences like today, opening up knowledge sharing, opportunities to learn and develop and offer this expertise across the globe is absolutely key moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. What do you think is the best way for kids to reach elite level in football?
Ooh.
I mean, should they participate in an academy, or they could maybe play in a region club as fast as they can to enter the elite team? So what
Yeah.
would be your opinion?
Well, I think it goes back to, and again, I wish I could give you the straightest answer. Every child has their own journey. And as we looked at the pathway, when we showed you the big squiggly line, you will hear stories of young players going into a professional academy at the age of 8, having that early specialization, coming out into professional football at 18, 21, 23. The ages get older as we move forward. And they have a spectacular career and go on to still play at the top level in Europe and beyond, to the age of in their mid-30s. But then you will have players and talents that will come from, that might not get spotted till they're 18, 20, for example, coming through non-league. If you look at examples, Jamie Vardy's a prime example of this in the UK, and there'll be many more examples of this. So to say that there's one journey, one way to do it, you can't say that. All we can say is, and it goes back to one of the slides in there, is about having the opportunities to play, having the opportunities to take part is key. You learn by doing. The more opportunities you have to train and play, the more opportunities you get to develop, become better, and then you have the opportunities to get spotted. So I think keep going, keep doing, have, again, quality coaching, meaningful games, appropriate, have an environment, as John rightly said, an environment that's safe, appropriate, top quality coaching, and then the talents will have every opportunity. But we always have to remember the percentages of making top level football is very, very small. So again, it's having different opportunities, and again, how can we support these athletes, these top talents, holistically, not just in football development, but how can we support them from an educational perspective as well? And this was an insight that was really key for us in our research. That was, okay, what do associations offer when you have players representing their national team? And this is something that, again, is key. Education is key, and what happens, a football career can end at any time for many different reasons. So having their coaching badges, having supportive education, absolutely critical moving forward.
One more very brief question. We still have 3 minutes. What would be your opinion about early and late specialization? As we know all, we have good examples of late and early specialization. What is your opinion on it?
Oh, very good question. So, I mean, from my side, I mean, it would be, for me, I'm one that is, you have to have the child, whether they're male or female, has to have the opportunity to express themselves in a multitude of environments, okay? That doesn't just need to be on a football pitch, playing volleyball, basketball. Every sport offers a skill. Every sport offers an opportunity, a social gathering. Something Mike went on about, that social collective aspect. And we all know, Mike mentioned it, we spend most of our time sat in front of these laptops, and there's many kids now sat in front playing Fortnite and different games and different things on the computers now. So giving them different opportunities to express themselves in different ways. And again, there's not every opportunity, there's not every chance that these young talents will make it to professional level. So the different areas and different experiences that they can get, it opens up different avenues for them. So am I one for early specialization? I think if I was to say early special, I'd say I'd be getting kids into all different types of sports, multi-sports, and a lot of clubs are now starting to, as much as they'd be associated with a football club, they're starting to give different aspects and different opportunities to express themselves in different sports. So am I one for early specialization? Probably not.
And the very last minute we have, what would be your comment for our coaches and in order our country to be better in football?
Find a Messi. No. No, I mean, for me, it is, again, you have, as young coaches, developing coaches, understanding the athlete, understanding the player, support the individual, okay? Everyone's got their own story. Everyone's got their own strengths, their own weaknesses. And it's really understanding the individual. If I look back at my 20 years of youth development, understanding the individual underpins everything you're going to do, because everyone's got their individual needs. And so many things go in the background of kids' lives that we need to be there to support them in a different way. And understanding the impact of growth and maturation, that is huge. We understand the impact of that moving forward. And some kids will get disbanded or released because they can't do this at this age. There has to be an overarching view of the impact of growth and maturation. The impact of maturation on the ability to concentrate. They must understand these things. And that would be one for me, is again, understand the individual.
Thank you, Ed. Thanks for all the participants. We are about to close our session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to start the second session of Good Governance in Sport. My name is Irena Valentina. I'm the professor and representing the Lithuanian Sports University, and my colleague.
Welcome to our session, Good Governance in Sport. My name is Christos Anagnostopoulos. I'm the Deputy Head of the School of Business and Management at the University of Central Lancashire in Cyprus. Welcome to our session.
Okay, and I would like to introduce and welcome Jens Seir Andersen from Denmark. Jens is the journalist and the international director and founder of the Play the Game, and also the member of the Permanent Consultative Committee of UNESCO, and serving as the member of the Development Committee in the International Council of Sport Science and Physical Education. Moreover, Jens is an active sport political commentator and a frequent speaker of international conferences. So, Jens, we are really proud to have you today, and the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Irena, and congratulations to you and Lithuania on the great interest you have taken in sports governance over the years. It has really been very, very encouraging to work with you and see that in some countries there is an understanding why good governance is so important. I will now try to share my screen and hope and tell you a little bit about why I believe that good governance is so important in sport. It seems that I cannot play the slideshow. Just a moment. Here
Could
we
you
go.
do the slide mode?
Yes,
that's great.
that's
great. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, 2nd December 2021, 11 years ago on this day, FIFA selected Qatar as the World Cup host for next year's World Cup. So it's a very fitting date to speak about sports governance when we talk about safeguarding values. Let me say just a few words about Play the Game. Play the Game is a forum for storytelling, you might say. It's an initiative that wishes to strengthen the ethical foundation of sport and promote democracy, transparency, and freedom of expression. Our main forum is our conferences. We have hosted 11 conferences since 1997, which means that we can celebrate 25 years of international conferences in Odense, Denmark, next year in June 2022. We are not a big organization, but we work in worldwide networks for journalists, researchers, athlete representatives, sports officials, and anyone else interested in telling the true stories about sport. Our website is accessible for everyone. I encourage you to go and subscribe to our free newsletter if you find this lecture interesting. Technically speaking, we are no longer an NGO. We are part of the Danish Institute for Sport Studies under the Ministry of Culture, but we behave like an NGO, which you will probably see quite soon. What are the big threats to the values of sport right now? I think you're all aware. 10 years ago, this was 12 years ago, this was almost taboos to discuss. Today, we are discussing human rights violations, industrialized doping, organized crime infiltration, match fixing, tax evasion, money laundering, trafficking of young talents, the so-called sport washing, when autocratic regimes, dictatorships use sport to polish their windows. And we talk about harassment and abuse of different kinds of young athletes. Now, these are some of the threats. They are managed by people that the responsibility to counter those threats are managed particularly by people like these people who at the top of the Olympic hierarchy should actually take care of the values of sport but they seem to be very interested in particularly the material values of sport. For instance, last week, the former head of the Rio Olympics, the former head of the Brazilian Olympic Committee and IOC member, Carlos Nussmann, was sentenced to 30 years and 11 months in jail for passive corruption and organized crime. Or go back to September when Sheikh Ahmad Al-Sabah, often called the kingmaker in international sport, had a 14 months jail sentence plus 15 months suspended because he fabricated evidence. He is now stepping aside, as he called it. He's not stepping down, he's stepping aside as a president of the Association of National Olympic Committees, the Olympic Council of Asia, his IOC membership. And he actually, in spite of stepping aside, he was elected to president of the Asian Handball Federation a few weeks ago, but following a letter from the IOC, he also stepped aside there. You can see him here, the Sheikh, in company with Patrick Hickey, who was unfamously arrested during the Rio Olympics, the vice president of the IOC he was at the time. He's still under criminal investigation in Brazil. He is now, like all the gentlemen you see in the pictures here, he is of course not in jail, he is at large. But he risks in Brazil between 3 and 7 years jail. Lamine Diack, the former president of World Athletics and an IOC member, also very influential, has been sentenced to 4 + 2 years for a 3.2 million euro bribe by the French courts. And we can go on with football, you know, the FIFA scandals, all the volleyball, handball, biathlon, weightlifting. We have people who are sentenced by in criminal courts or who are under criminal investigation, or they have been. It's very, very serious because this is the people, they come from the top of the environment that rule international sport. Now, how did we get this far? What is the reason? After all this storytelling at our Play the Game conferences, we started to see if there was a pattern here. And we found some patterns in international sport. First of all, the international federations are de facto monopolies. You only have one World Championship in handball, only one federation to rule international football, etc., etc. They have very, very attractive products. Live sport is the most attractive product you can have for television and now also for the internet, live streaming, etc. So they can sell this product to very high prices because they have monopolies, and they earn their money, big fortunes, ever-growing fortunes since the 1970s through selling, marketing, and broadcasting rights. There's very little external control with what they do with this money, and there's also very little internal control. The whole system is marked by a family culture. You constantly hear about the family of volleyball, the family of football, the Olympic family. And what is the characteristics of a family culture? Well, it is that we don't expose the dirty laundry. We sell the concept that we all share the same interests. And at the end of the day, if there's trouble in the family, you don't go to other families. You go to daddy. It is typically a man, often an elderly man, who sits at the end of the table. Very cleverly, the international federations have expanded their memberships and recruited nations that may not even have their sport on the program, but maybe one day they will have. The one nation, one vote principle secures that the president in charge of a federation can stay forever, as long as he wishes, unless there are particular rules that can prevent him from continuing eternally. Of course, another way to get influence is to distribute money. And we have very, very opaque rules in most international federations about how this money is actually distributed. Development money is often granted with a political return on investment. Last but not least, the famous concept of sports autonomy, meaning that only sport shall regulate itself. Only corrupt organizations are entitled to reform themselves. No inspection from governments, no inspection from the media, no inspection from outside interest groups. This autonomy too often has become a shield for fraud. We then, some years ago, launched a more systematic analysis called the Sports Governance Observer. We started at the international level with the Sports Governance Observer in 2015, and we found some results that were quite impressive. Here you see the list of the 35 Olympic international federations. And in the red square here, you see those who score below 50% when asking just for basic governance indicators. And what do we mean by basic governance indicators? It could, for instance, be, do you publish your financial accounts? Do you have open voting systems? Do you have a gender equality policy, etc.? Very basic criteria. They're not expensive to introduce. And nonetheless, we could see that the vast majority of international federations fell below the 50%. We then asked, but where does this governance culture, this bad governance culture comes from? Is it imposed by God, or is it comes from some mysterious planet? No, of course, it comes from where the people come from. It comes from the national level. So we started making a national sports governance observer tool. And let me say that it's not Play the Game that made it alone. We made it in a coalition with university experts from all over Europe and from Brazil, and sports officials in all the countries involved. So we agreed on a set of criteria, and we have now, in 2 rounds, benchmarked 25 countries, including Lithuania, as you will hear later today. What is special about our National Sports Governance Observer tool is that it is the only fully transparent and fully independent research project in the field. After our first benchmarking of international federations, the Olympic family was very fast to introduce its own system, and they make some very nice and good reports. And they certainly have started discussions in the Olympic family. But the thing is, we are never really allowed to see the data. It's not really transparent who scores how much, and it is not really transparent how they reach the results they do, even if they have some independent experts to assist the self-evaluation. Now, with these 2 systems, we have been able to also to compare international federations, here the International Federation of Swimming versus some of the national swimming federations. And if you see FINA as the dark blue at the left of the columns here, you can easily see that in each of the dimensions we are talking about, we have 4 dimensions and 1 overall score or 1 average score. You will see FINA lacks a lot behind many of the national federations. Let us hope that the national federations will exercise some influence in FINA to improve the governance. You can get more on our webpage about all this. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of figures. Actually, if you don't trust the researchers, or if you just want to play with our tools, we have recently, that is last week, launched an online tool where you can measure. We have launched 2 tools. You can measure international federations, or you can measure your own national federations or nations in federations in any other of the 25 nations that are part of this. And we are still counting. I've heard that Christos, one of the moderators here, is eager to benchmark Greece. I know that Finland and Nepal is also soon joining, but this is a matter for the future. I just invite you to go to our homepage and test the tool. There are further instructions there. I hope especially many students will try their first benchmarking exercises with this tool. What we have found is, in the latest survey as in all other surveys, that sports governance is still below average, below the 50%. You can see the report and you can listen to what Lithuania has found later today. So, as I have indicated, we don't really see solutions coming from the inside of sport. Sport claims autonomy, but it seems unable to regulate itself if we base this conclusion on years of experience. Governance reforms are asked for, but they are voluntary and based on self-evaluation. IOC could actually ban corrupt sports from the Olympics, but they also depend on the international federation's support, and they depend on harmony in the family. So they are very unwilling to take the keys away to the Olympics from any federation that has troubles. The Court of Arbitration for Sport, the highest court as it is called, it's not really a court, but never mind, this High Court of Sport has apparent conflict of interests for many reasons, partly because it's owned by the Olympic family and run by the Olympic family. You can read a big analysis on our webpage. Public prosecution, the public prosecutors in France, Swiss, the US, Brazil, Norway, Austria, many countries is working, and they put an efficient pressure on sport. Governments, unfortunately, are also quite fearful of response from the Olympic sports system. They should tighten laws, and they could tighten laws, and they could especially condition public support, the many grants that finance sport, on proven good governance. In the clubs of the governments, the Council of Europe, UNESCO, they should introduce legally binding conventions in order to have a legal framework to regulate the governance of sport. Sport is actually much too important a sector to leave it in the hands only of sports leaders. And it's especially the European Union and the US government who regulate the business of sport. They are the powers who have a possibility to influence sport, and they could do much more. Fortunately, outside sport, we see growing activism among athletes and fans. We have seen the Take a Knee movement as a way to put pressure. We see collective action in unions, a growing influence, a growing voice from athlete groups. And we see also fan groups that pressure for human rights. Last week, there was a very turbulent General Assembly in Bayern Munich, where the fans demanded that the club stopped the commercial cooperation with Qatar. But the most powerful tool, and I find that very relevant to say now that we are addressing a wide audience via Lithuanian radio and television, that the most powerful tool is actually in the hand of the consumer, of the fan, of those who watch television, you and me, because the whole sports industry, all the corruption, all the human rights problems, all the financial crime, all this is only made possible because we have a passion for sport and we turn on the television that generate the money that drive the whole thing. So our choice, your choice with the remote control can actually change the game. This is something worth bearing in mind when we are always complaining about corrupt sports leaders and so on. We actually do have a choice. And that brings me to another aspect of sport that I have not told much about in my last slide here. It is that when we're talking about the values of sport, we actually have some values that are too important to lose. It's not just about combating match fixing and corruption when we talk about better governance. It's about having better governance to get efficient sports organizations who are in dialogue with their members, with society around them, with interest groups, because we need efficient sports organizations to promote grassroots sport and physical activity. One of the depressing things about the Sports Governance Observer is that even if in the public domain, we always hear about sports federations saying, oh yeah, but we are responsible for all sports physical activity in the country. Without us, the physical activity would die out. They forget that physical activity in grassroots sport is actually financed by the members themselves, by grassroots athletes themselves, and by public institutions like municipal authorities and governments. And in the Sports Governance Observer, we also can see that very few, only a minority, have a true grassroots sport development policy. Sports organization must adapt to different age groups, not only to those who are in competition sport and the changing lifestyles. Only a minority of the people who are active in sport are really interested in becoming world champions. We must ensure social inclusion. We must ensure sustainable solutions. We must ensure consideration for the environment, for the climate, and so on. And overall, sport should contribute to welfare and well-being much more efficiently than we do today. Good governance will not solve all the problems and challenges we face. But without good governance, no problem will be solved. That is why it is so important. And my question to you is, what is your move? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens, for the presentation and opening the key of safeguarding values of good governance. And we would like to ask you to stay with us until the part of the discussion as well. So.
Indeed, thank you, Jens, for this insightful contribution. As the viewers and the audience know, we invite questions so we can have a very rich discussion during the Q&A session later on. It is a pleasure now to introduce Dr. Grzegorz Butwina, who is an assistant professor at the University of Warsaw. It is the president of the Sport Governance Institute, an independent think tank in Warsaw. And very recently, the new president for the National Federation of Cyclists in Poland. Dr. Butwina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christos. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to talk today in reference to what Jens said previously about good governance reforms. I'm going to talk a little bit about a potential solution that we can employ to help sport organizations in their path towards good governance. And one of the tools that we see is already being implemented in Europe, but also across the world, is codification. So codes of governance for national governing bodies in sport. And this is something that we, together with a group of experts and group of governmental organizations in Europe, are pursuing right now in the action project, which is Governance Sport Codification Convergence Initiative. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this in my speech. So Jens already spoke a little bit about the challenges that the national sport federations are facing, but let me just briefly come to the what's causing those issues. What are we seeing in a global sport context? First thing is increased commercialization of sport. As you know, with the internet, with broadcasting rights, the past decades has been the moment where we have seen increased commercial aspect in all of the sport organizations, even in those who are called non-for-profit sport organizations like sport federations or the IOC or many other organizations, sport organizations. So we see new players coming into the perspective in terms of new sport organizations, new sport event organizers, and entities who are actually making money in the field of sport. We have seen new services. So it's not only when we look at sport events, for example, as a service to spectators, we have seen that it's no longer only the core service, so the sports spectacle, that the fans are expecting while participating in sport event, but there is also a lot of other services, so-called extra services that are connected with the sport event, like selling merchandising or other services that engage fans. And this is something new, but it's also really heavily related to the commercial aspect of sport. And then all of that commercialization aspect led us to more complex environment for the sport organizations. It's no longer only the elite sport aspect that sport managers or sport administrators have to face while managing sport organizations. It's much more complex. It has become, sport organizations have become much more of a business rather than just simply sport organizations. So this is one thing. But then second thing is increased institutional pressure towards the negative aspects that we are seeing in sport. It's what Jens mentioned with the scandals that we have seen a few days ago with within the organization of the Rio Olympic Games, and what we had with the corruption allegations, and then that led to finally sentencing the president of the organizing committee. So one thing is the corruption. Second, what we see is doping, and what we have seen with Russian Olympic Games, with the state-supported doping system. And we see increasingly also pressure on WADA governance reform, on more active and more actually leading to this system of anti-doping being more efficient, right? And then we have match fixing, which in the recent decade or two has been one of the top priorities in the international agenda of sport organizations, but also of political entities like government, like the EU, and so on. So, but also the law enforcement. We have seen the Interpol has increased participation in this topic. And this is also putting a lot of pressure in terms of sport organizations, national sport federations, in order to implement solutions to those issues. But then we have also a trend that we see globally in the recent years or decades already, which is to promote equality, diversity, and gender balance. And as sport organizations have this monopoly and claim their autonomy from any basically authority, it is in this scenario they are not really very prone to implementing the changes, right? So there is this quite a lot of various pressures from outside, but also from inside organizations, from athletes, from coaches, from parents of the athletes, who see those issues that the sport is having at the moment, but it has been facing them for years now. And those sort of pressures from outside led governments, led international organizations to come up with standards to somehow impose those necessary changes on sport organizations, even though they have this autonomy that they always put forward when the criticism comes, right? So I want to talk about codification as a tool to implement those changes. So what we have seen as a global trend, very active in Europe, is implementing codes of good governance for sport organizations. We have seen that since the beginning of the 21st century, gradually reaching the agenda of political organizations, the European Union, but also national governments who are, especially in Europe, but also in other countries, heavily involved in financing of sport. And it's important for those organizations to make sport accountable or to impose solutions that they think would make the use of resources, but also the social impact of sport much better. So when we talk about the codification, it's those codes of good governance, and we in the action project we have done a research. We are actually now in the process of doing the research of what sort of codes are there in Europe, but also in the world or imposed by international organizations. So the project that I'm going to talk about a little bit today is first supposed to create a baseline report of what are the codes of good governance in Europe, and that's what I'm going to present in a second. And then we want to ask sport organizations or stakeholders what, in their perspective, is a good practice. What sort of aspects of good governance in sport do they think is crucial? And what we want to do later is to create a converged code for sport organizations in the EU and somehow give a ground for those reforms for all the member states of the EU, and maybe also develop it further afterwards. And then what we see in sport organizations, and I'll talk about it at the end of my presentation, is the implementation question. So it's not only that we have to set the rules and show the sport organizations how to what sort of issues do we face, but also give them examples, because oftentimes this is the major issue in sport organizations, that even though they see an issue, they don't know how to successfully implement a solution. So one of the aspects of the project will be exactly this. So an online platform for sport federations with guidelines for implementation. So about the research of codes of good governance for sport organizations in the EU countries. So only 8 EU countries have codes of good governance, which is, not a lot. It's less than 1/3 of the countries of the EU already, with the UK leaving. So what we have seen in our research of the codes is that mostly the codes are focused on internal accountability. So how the sport organizations should report, what sort of structure should they have in terms of control of the activities within the organization, but also transparency. So what sort of information should they disclose to the general public? What sort of information should they disclose to their members, to athletes, and so on? so to the stakeholders of their organizations. And this was somewhere around 80-something% of the codes that we have analyzed had some principles or guidelines related to internal accountability and transparency. And this is what we did in action is we analyzed those codes in relation to the NSGO, so National Sport Governance Observer, the project that Jens referred to in his presentation. So we used those sort of principles that Jens and his team put there as principles of good governance, and we analyzed what sort of principles are there in the codes, in those 8 codes in the EU. And then much less focus, so below 50% of the codes had anything basically on democracy and social responsibility. So what we see here is kind of, on one hand, strange, because as we know, sport organizations are non-profit, and usually they are, at least by definition, democratic organizations. So the democratic process within those organizations should be a thing of utmost importance. And we see here that in the codes that are already there, it is not really that strongly supported. And the second thing is social responsibility. So what sort of impact do those organizations have on the society? And you know, this is also somehow a big question, because sport organizations have monopoly, basically, and they do have the monopoly due to the fact that they, by definition, should have a positive impact on the society. So just a question mark. So this is somehow to show what's the percentage of principles integrated in the national codes. And we see that Poland, Belgium, Cyprus, the codes that have been implemented quite late or quite recently have much more of those principles integrated rather than those that were implemented previously. That's basically also showing some trend that the more recent codes are implementing much more of the principles. And Germany is somewhere lower here, because the code that they have is just touching very limited grounds. But in 2021, there has been a code implemented or put there by a non-governmental organization, but it hasn't been accepted or implemented by the Olympic Committee. Now I'm going to talk about those 8 codes. We have Belgium that implemented the code in 2016 with the sport Flanders, so the northern part of Belgium. It's a non-binding document, and that's something that we see mostly in the codes, that they are non-binding documents, right? And then Cyprus, with Cyprus Sport Organization, in 2018, they created a code with our moderator here, Christos, being one of the key people writing this code, and it's a binding document. So this is something extraordinary that we see, that the code there is something that sport organizations, national governing bodies have to implement. We have Estonia with the Estonian Olympic Committee implementing those principles for sport organizations. It's also a non-binding document and rather limited in terms of topics they cover. We have Finland with the Olympic Committee Accountability Compass, which shows a little bit the direction they want to be, they want to put, rather being a compass than something that is necessary to be implemented. It's a non-binding document from 2019. Then we have Germany. What I said, it's much limited option with the code of conduct for integrity in federation work, implemented in 2015. It's a non-binding document, rather limiting the scope of the discussion there. And Ireland, in 2019, the implemented code by Sport Ireland. It's a binding document and something that we really that the sports federation really need to implement. The Netherlands just changed the code this year, but it was the first code in the EU. And Poland, 2018, the code implemented by the Ministry of Sports and Tourism, partially binding if federations receive funding. So the baseline report for this project will be published in December 2021. So in the coming days, we'll publish it on the website of the Institute for Sport Governance. And then just briefly, I will talk about the reform in Poland. So in 2015, 2016, we had this research conducted by the ministry or paid for by the Ministry of Sports, which described that the level of managerial skills or education in sport federations in Poland is quite low, and the main expertise managers have is in sport, and they actually lack knowledge and experience in running large-scale operations like sport federations. And that was the idea behind implementing Code of Good Governance for national sport federations in Poland in 2018, and then a tool for helping those organizations implement that reform was the Academy of Sport Management, which I had the pleasure of running for 3 years. The code is non-binding document, 183 guidelines, quite a large document, which also has the dependency of funding written in it. So if some of the guidelines are implemented or not implemented, that brings the question of whether the organization gets the funding from the state or not. And the issue there that we have seen with the code in Poland is that the code is quite long and complicated. 183 principles, that's a lot. And at the same time, it's really thorough because it has all the aspects, but the national governing bodies are quite hesitant in implementing it because it's so complex, quite difficult. And also, they try to keep the status quo. Why? Because the ministry is not really putting the pressure. There is no clear strategy for implementation. And the main threat of connecting the implementation of the code with the funding has not been actually very much implemented in Poland. So the threat is there, at least on paper, that if the organizations are not compliant, they will not receive funding, but they actually do. So that will be all in my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
For the presentation and presenting especially the picture of the Code of Good Governance in different countries of Europe, and especially focusing on our neighbor country, Poland. And we would like now to welcome Agne Vanagene, that is the Certified Program Director by the International Olympic Committee and the Vice President of European Non-Governmental Sport Organizations Associations. And since 2020, Agne is the Deputy Sport Director at the National Olympic Committee. So Agne, the stage is yours.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to me to be here, and I would like to take you to from theoretical part to practical part. And before me, the speakers were talking about the projects and the general overview in the EU, and I would like to present you Lithuanian path, what we have done in terms of good governance, and our journey have started, when our journey have started, and how we've did it. So Lithuania, first of all, has an independent non-profit public association belonging to the worldwide Olympic movement, and it's National Olympic Committee of Lithuania. And obviously that NOC of Lithuania must protect its autonomy and resist of any pressure, including political, religious, or economical pressure, which could hinder the Olympic Charter. So we are following, in general, the International Olympic Committee rules, Olympic Charter, anti-doping, World Anti-Doping Association's own statutes, and Constitution and law of Lithuanian Republic. And our journey from the good governance started in 2012, when we had a newly elected leadership. First of all, I would like to introduce our structure and the governance, how we are dealing with the governance and democracy in the National Olympic Committee of Lithuania. So the supreme governing body, obviously, as in most NGOs, is General Assembly. We are gathering once a year, and the supreme decisions are taken there. Decision-making body is the National Olympic Committee commissions, which we reinforced quite a lot in the past 8 years and made them quite active. We are really encouraging them and trying to be as active as possible and be active in decision making. Also, very important part is played here by executive board, and our executive board is consisting from 13 members, including the president and secretary general, and all other members are being elected at the General Assembly. All taken decisions at the executive board are implemented by the departments. We have 4 departments today at the National Olympic Committee, and it's a sport direction, foreign relations directions, education direction, and finance and communication directions. Altogether, we are 15 persons, so it's not very much, I would say. And with my presentation today, I would like to lead you from the day we started our work at the National Olympic Committee in 2012 and what we have today. I've taken the numbers and from 2020. So, as I told you before, in 2012, we had the elections. So 2 Olympic champions, it was Daina Gudzinevičiūtė, who was a Sydney gold medal winner, and also the other candidate was also the gold medal winner. So both of 2 gold medalists had their programs presented at the General Assembly, and Daina Gudzinevičiūtė was elected as a newly National Olympic Committee president. She was re-elected already twice in 2016 and 2020. Since 2013, Daina is a executive committee member, was an executive committee member of the European Olympic Committees Association. But I need to stress here that when in 2013, she made her application to become a member, she was not elected. And only later she was co-opted to ensure the gender balance at the board of the European Olympic Committees. And today, since 2021, she's a vice president of European Olympic Committees Association. So that's a huge step forward. And since 2012, Daina was a member of Gender Equality in Sport Commission. Later on, she was a chair of that commission. And in 2018, she was coordinating the commission itself. Since 2018, our president was elected as a member of International Olympic Committee. She is now the member of Athletes Entourage Commission and Milano Cortina Coordination Commission. So that's a huge path in international field, but also we've did quite a lot on the national level. And what we have done in that 2012, at the end of 2012 and at the beginning of 12-13, all National Olympic Committee team was newly established or hired by new leaders. And we've taken basic universal principles that in 2008 were published by the International Olympic Committee. So I truly believe that all of you are fully aware of those 7 basic universal good governance principles. And it was our starting point when we started our work on that. So let me go through that. So our finances, we started with a bit more than $500,000 a year to the members. And now we've divided to the members more than €1.5 million. As you can see, finances to Olympic sport directly for the elite athletes preparation for the Olympic sport. In 2013, it was a bit more than 3 million. And in 2020, we had more than 10 million euros. Why it's such a huge increase and how we did it. So we've taken the good governance principles, accountability, transparency, and decided that each euro needs to be transferable and accountable. So we've made a criteria which all federations agreed upon. It's not only the budget that is being approved at the General Assembly, but also the criteria that are behind the budget. So it means that each federation, each our members know how the money are transferred to federations, how they're being calculated. And these criteria are being prepared by the expert commission, expert group. Then the expert groups gives those criteria to the executive board. When the executive board approves those criteria, they goes to General Assembly, and only then they are being approved, and the money are being transferred to the national, to the NGOs, to our members, to national sport federations. So we are trying in each step to include as much stakeholders as possible, to have a common agreement on finances especially, and to follow that one of the basic universal good governance principles, accountability and transparency. Another point what is really important for us and as an NOC is athletes and their achievements. So we really in 2012, we thought how we can improve our social responsibility, how to attract more athletes, and also how to ensure the better achievements. Of course, the athletes' preparation for the Olympic Games, World Championship, was not a task of the National Olympic Committee. It was more task of National Olympic Sports Center that we had then, or the National Sport Federation as we have now, the sports system. But we were trying to help athletes and to ensure one of the governance principles, solidarity, with the Olympic scholarships, which are coming together with the social guarantees for the athletes. So in 2013, we had only 32 athletes who were getting the Olympic scholarships. And in 2020, we had more than 100 athletes ensuring them Olympic scholarship together with the social guarantees. Also, this achievement and this Olympic scholarships were agreed in an expert group provided to the executive board and then to the General Assembly. Here I've put it some examples of our achievements, what we have in the past Olympic Games. We're missing the Tokyo Olympic Games, but we have gained 1 silver medal in modern pentathlon. It's the European Games. So we as an NOC, we are striving for best results for the athletes, but not forgetting them. So we are giving the benefits for the athlete. It's not only the Olympic scholarships, but also we are ensuring medical help for the athletes. It's absolutely free for them. We are ensuring the fitness clubs for them. It's also absolutely free for them. So by these means, we are trying to ensure solidarity and development governance principle at our NOC. Now, I would like to get back to the international platform and present you that some points, as for example, International Olympic President Thomas Bach has visited Lithuania, and our NOC has organized forum for advanced women in leadership roles in Europe. Back then in 2012, we recognized that we have very small number of women in boards in national federations. We initiated quite a lot of projects for the women advancement, women knowledge increasement. We tackled national federations. We asked them, we tackled national clubs. We asked them to select women who they see as the leaders of tomorrow. And we organized quite a lot of courses for the women. And now the situation in Lithuania changed significantly. We have 5 women in board of the National Olympic Committee. We have more presidents, female presidents at the sport federations, and even more women as Secretary General, CEOs at the national federations. And we take this as part of our initiatives. Lithuanian National Olympic Committee also organized quite a lot of Olympic education projects, and International Olympic Committee recognized National Olympic Committee of Lithuania as one of the best in the world in terms of Olympic values education. And because of all those things, what we are doing on the national level to share the Olympic values, to help athletes, to deal with the gender inequality. Our president was awarded the Women in Sport Prize with a special financial contribution. And we implemented project which was called Recommendations for Lithuanian Media on Sport Topics and Gender Portrayal. So we also tackled one of our stakeholders, media, which is very important. And we asked them to follow those recommendations, to follow the sport topics and gender portrayal, which was initially established or published by the International Olympic Committee, and we just made it possible for the Lithuanian case. International projects and trainings, what we are doing and the benefits what we are providing to the national federations, athletes. So, as I told you, with the athletes, we have done the same situation with the sport federations. So we are taking the benefits what International Olympic Committee, Olympic Solidarity Commission gives us, together with the European Commission's Erasmus Plus financing. We created in those 8-year special benefit package federations. So I put it in numbers, how many coaches, athletes, sport management, and sport staff used these benefits, and the numbers are quite impressive. We're really proud about it, because when in those 8 years, each year we're trying to initiate new things, new projects. And for example, for coaches, we have the technical courses, we have special knowledge advancement courses. We do for athletes, for sport managers, for working at the national federations and clubs. International projects. So this is basically what we have with the help from Erasmus Plus and European Commission. We have quite a lot of participated in quite a lot of projects together with Lithuanian Sports University, European Olympic committees, and many others, national Olympic committees from other countries. And mainly all of those projects are based or divided for good governance implementation, gender equality, athletes benefits. So basically those themes, what we see we need to tackle and follow in order to ensure good governance in Lithuania. With this slide, I wanted to show you how the society's engagement at the National Olympic Committee increased in those 8 years. With all those initiatives and events, we have attracted thousands of participants. We have organizing Olympic Day, which obviously most national Olympic committees in countries are organizing, but we are attracting thousands of people. We are getting known them with the Olympic values and the sport itself. So society trust we've built more than twice, and we are really proud about it. So we are trying to publish and raise awareness of the sport, of the Olympic NOC, of the sport and its benefit in general. Here you can see the number of partners and sponsors, how we have increased it. And we believe that our path that we have chosen to be accountable, transferable, to take and to initiate a lot of projects and to help our stakeholders, to work with them in an open manner, increase our partners and sponsors significantly. And when in 2018 our president was being elected as an IOC member, she made this quote, but just to summarize it, I want to tell that the leader for the organization is very much needed. He's like a role model to follow, but the team which is behind, she needs to have the same values and needs to have a vision and mission and strategy how to achieve the result that you want to. So if you have a target and if you have the strategy, you will definitely do that. And if you would ask me, have we made mistakes? Yes, we did. But there's a lot of works and achievements that needs to be achieved and needs to be done. So together with our stakeholders and the social partners, we are urged to work each day better and better. So thank you for the attention.
That the National Committee is doing in this country. We're going to have a short break and we will be back in a few seconds for the discussion section. Thank you. So we are back and we are just about to start the discussion session of this good governance part. By way of summarizing, Jens referred to the need for sport in general to safeguard, to protect its integrity. Greg mentioned that one way for achieving that might be what we call codification, whereas Agnes at the end of her presentation, her contribution highlighted, the actions taken by the national committee here in Lithuania when it comes to the education. So what I would like to ask is, and because empirical evidence, academic studies have shown, but since we are with one way or another, all of us here in this session, part of what we call sporting ecosystem, even anecdotal evidence has shown that a lot of volunteer board members, and I'm talking now, I'm referring to the national level, the national federations, a lot of volunteer board members, administrators, simply are not willing to embrace the principles that have been highlighted by all three speakers today of good governance, either because they feel that they will have, by embracing these principles of good governance, there will be consequences on their own standings within the organization, or by embracing these principles, their own organizations they believe will not benefit from. But there is another, if you like, set of group of people, group of volunteer board members, administrators who are very willing to embrace these principles, but they don't either have the capacity to do so, or importantly, they don't really understand a lot of those principles and how this can be applied. So my question to all three of you, starting from Agnes, if you don't mind, then going to Jens and then finishing with Greg, is what are these mechanisms, and particularly for the latter group of people, those who are willing to embrace principles of good governance, right? What are these mechanisms that can be utilized, that can be employed, and crucially, who is responsible for putting these mechanisms forward or setting up these mechanisms so those who are willing to employ, to embrace principles of good governance can do so? Agnes?
I would maybe answer with a practical approach. What we have done in 2014, we have been the part of Good Governance Project. And we organized a national session into which we asked to join board members, National Olympic Committee board members, together with the staff, president and secretary general of the national federations. And what we've done, we've taken the good example from another country and asked another country to present their role model here. And actually it was a huge success. The national federations have taken a lot of homeworks back to their national federations. And I believe that those good examples are what we need. It is the best way of learning. It is the best way to rethink your mind, how somebody is doing better. Why cannot be in the same place as he is?
Thank you. Jens, what's your view on this? What do we do with those who are willing to embrace, but for either reason cannot?
Well, I think there are two ways to approach this, and I think they should be combined. I think both Gregers and Agne have given very good examples about how education is needed and support motivation is needed in order to enable those who are in favor of reforms to carry them through. This is, I think, also what Agne told about the practical work in Lithuania testifies to the fact that there are a number of good people in sport, and how I have portrayed the very dark side of sport. But there are really people who wish to see a better sports system, a better sports world. And my point by addressing all the integrity challenges is they are very often in a minority, because sport structures are so weak, so they are easy target for those who wish to engage for their own benefit. And we have, of course, at the international level, especially in the very rich organizations, this is a much bigger problem than in middle income, high income democracy and so on. But still, I think those who want reform should really embrace the idea of having outside control, having codes of governance ratified by democratically elected governments such as Gregor's proposes, because it's not a threat to their autonomy. It's actually a help to make autonomy work, or as I prefer to call it, freedom of association. Because autonomy has too often been used as an excuse to say, mind your own business, don't touch our fortunes, whereas freedom of association is a civil right. But businesses, big businesses, don't enjoy freedom of association. So to the extent that you run a big business, you cannot demand full autonomy and association freedom. But kudos to both Agnes and Gregors for the very constructive approach to see how things can be better at a national level.
Thank you, Jens. Greg, what is your opinion on the matter?
Yeah, so what I said previously in my presentation, what we have done in Poland is actually education and networking, and I think this is something that sport organizations can do. One thing what we did in Poland was the Academy of Sport Management, which basically gathered experts from Poland, but also from abroad, from federations, from other organizations that have been there and done that already, because some organizations have already undergone those reforms and they know by example how to do it. And even though it's usually given as an example that our organization and our sport is very different from everybody else, it's usually what we see not really the case, because sport organizations at the national level are facing very similar issues. And if we give those codes of good governance and then later give examples and let those people connect representatives of national governing bodies and talk how they faced already those issues and what sort of, it's actually making it much more easier, because the main obstacle that the people with whom I've been talking and the research showed was their inability actually, or lack of idea of how to implement those reforms, even if they wanted to.
Thank you, everybody. Talking about reforms, I think one important thing for this to happen is to measure, is to know what the picture is in those countries. And Jens, in his contribution, made a particular reference to a very, very influential, if I may call it this way, tool, the National Sports Governance Observer. Obviously, he referred to the International Sports Governance Observer, but I would like to pose a question to Jens about the National Sports Governance Observer and the two versions of it. And we know that now, if I'm not mistaken, about a good 25 countries have measured the standards, the levels of good governance in their national sport federations for specific sports. And as you share with us in your contribution, in your presentation, the picture varies, but perhaps the general conclusion might be safe for us to say that, to put it lightly, there is a lot of room for improvement, right? So the question for me, Jens, is what do you think that needs to be done now, and given this picture, and importantly, by whom?
Thank you. And thank you for the kind words about our project. I must say I'm also very encouraged to see how it has been used by Gregors and referred to. also in other countries, because it would not be very fun to sit alone at home and play with a very important tool if nobody wants to use it. But I think we have, generally speaking, this was also brought up by the General Secretary of Portuguese National Olympic Committee at a webinar when we launched the latest benchmarking results 1 week ago. João Paulo Almeida, he said, society simply has to take more interest in pushing for reform in sport. It goes without saying that reform from inside is difficult to carry out because there will always be, unless you restart a sport organization, there will be a group of people who have been there for a long time and who said, we used to do this and we have our positions and we don't like. But with a combined coalition of those who are willing from the inside and those who push from the outside, I think we can achieve results. And when I say society, I think about, as I've said, governments just that should introduce codes, binding codes, like Gregor suggests. But I also think sponsors should actually be much more demanding. They if there is a scandal or a problem, they tend to shy away. They sort of hide between their nice brands and say, no, it's not for us. But they could make contracts with the sports organization, put in the contracts. We don't want to see this. We don't want to see that. And if we see that, there is a fine. There's a price to be paid. Usually, money talks in that kind of arrangements. And then we have fan groups, athletes. As I told, it's very encouraging and probably a source of renewal for sport that so many athletes have started to speak up. We must bear in mind, though, that it is elite athletes who are speaking up. Grassroots athletes rarely have a voice.
Thank you, Jens. Thank you very much. Very, very insightful and practical mechanisms and way forward to build on the findings that this very influential tool has produced. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we can see that we have the questions from the audience as well, and it seems like following the question that was asked by Christos, we would like to very much to ask about the Lithuania situation. Lithuania, as you last week presented the report, NSGO report too, and the Lithuania was part of it, and those who were attending this webinar, we saw the numbers of the overall NSGO level, and the question would be, what specifically to the country of Lithuania would you recommend to increase this overall evaluation to Lithuania? Jens, you're muted, we can't hear you.
I think I find it very difficult to give specific advice to the countries. I think it's very easy from the outside to say, oh, you must do this and that. I think that we have a saying in Denmark, I don't know if it exists in English, that you know where the shoe is squeezing you. You wear the shoe and you know how to best make it fit. I will say there is much to do on all parameters, but if I should point to one thing that is not only for Lithuania but cross-cutting, is sports organizations tend to live in a bubble and create their own bubble. Of course, because it's often volunteer leaders, they don't have much time. They spend time because they love the skiing, or they love boxing, or they love football or whatever. So it's understandable that they don't think they should carry all the burdens of this world. But to the extent that sports federations become more professionalized, they should really be much more able to engage in a dialogue with the outside world about how sport can contribute. And if I may point to one thing, because the European sport model have been mentioned previously. The European sport model is the idea that sport is a pyramid, and with the professionals and lead at the top and grassroots at the bottom, and the money from the top goes to the bottom and finances grassroots. And although I fully understand the idea of pyramids and open competitions, and I recognize they have a value, I find it extremely problematic that sports organizations want to confine all sports to be in that picture, because people are not there. People are here. They're in the fitness centers, or they are on the streets running, or in the forest with their mountain bikes. They are not in this pyramid. So sports organizations, if they really want to promote physical activity, they should recognize, one, the pyramid does not address all interests. It addresses some interests and it has some values, but it cannot monopolize things. And second, grassroots sport is not financed by the top. It's financed by the government, local government, and by the members. So, and if we could get that far with a modern view from sports organizations on sport, I think we would also more easily could reach targets of better governance and have more physical activity.
Thank you, Jens.
Now, talking about reforms, and if we consider sport as an institution in itself, with as a means, but also as an end in itself, with its own rules and regulations, we should not neglect that these institutions, have these rules and regulations, but consisting of agents, of people. And we have one next to us today, the newly elected president of the National Federation of Cycling. So now my question, a little bit personal, Greg, as a newly elected president, and you acknowledging the need for reform, right? So what are the, let's say, 3 first things that you will take to the next board meetings and you try to change for this particular organization?
So I think my response will be a little bit tricky here, because I've been the president for 3 weeks now, so not very long, but in those 3 weeks we already had 4 board meetings, which is usually what we should have for half a year, and we have already started with the reforms, and one of the first reforms that I have implemented was broad stakeholder involvement. So I have created 15 commissions in very different aspects of cycling, but also outside of the sport, outside of the elite sport, for grassroots sport, for athletes, so that they have a voice, for referees, for coaches, for event organizers, for very different groups of stakeholders that we have. But previously, the sport federation, the cycling federation, has not really listened to them. And each of those commissions have an assigned board member who is in touch with, personally with the commissions, so that we hear what the stakeholders are saying in terms of how should we reform the federation. And especially important, we have a representative of athletes in the board who is also one of the members of the athletes commission, and who is bringing us the voice of the athletes who are there, without whom we wouldn't have this sport of cycling. And this is especially important for me, because what I see and what we all see, what Jens mentioned, is the athletes' activism that is growing around the world. But what we need to do is to give those athletes a platform to speak up and to hear what they want to say, and what sort of issues do they see within the organization of sport. Because if we just stick to this tiny little framework of the board, we will not have enough information, we will not have enough insight into what are the problems that the sport is facing. That's number one. So asking the stakeholders, and one thing that was of particular importance to me was women in sport. And we have created a separate commission, even though I have heard a lot of voices. Why do we need women in the decision making? The very big question mark was also that out of 80 delegates for the General Assembly of the Polish Cycling Federation, we have 3 women out of 80 people. So very large disproportion, and the only woman that ran for the board seat. No, we had 2. We had actually 2. One was a candidate for being the president, and the second was a candidate to be a board member. And as you see me sitting here, obviously the one who was running for the president didn't make it. But unfortunately, the other colleague of ours was not elected to be the board member. And this is something that we need to very strongly work on. And I have already asked both of those colleagues to join me in trying to reform the Cycling Federation, one of them being the president of the Cycling Foundation, and the other one being my plenipotentiary for communication and sponsorship. So we are trying to engage women more significantly in the organizational part, so that we have significant change in the structure. So that's the first reform. And then the second one is transparency. So what we have already done, even though our website needs restructuring, we have started putting there all the decisions that we have made as the board, and we have created a regulation that allows us to stream real time the board meetings, so that everybody who is actually interested, and we hope there is some interest out of those 20 polls that are actually cycling, who actually want to hear what we are talking about when we are trying to reform Cycling Federation. So this sort of transparency in all the decision making is crucial. And this is something that doesn't actually require any resources, because what we need to acknowledge is that we are actually the most indebted Polish sport federation there is, with over 4.5 million euros of debt, and with so many issues that we are facing, lack of organizational structure that we now need to work on, and then the third reform that I want to do, and I think is crucial, is education of athletes and coaches and people who are around sport in terms of doping, because we have seen this year cases of doping in sport, also para-athletes in cycling. Second thing, and that is something that cycling is facing and that many sports are facing, is harassment. And we are going to introduce educational programs for athletes and for coaches and for supportive staff that is going to tackle those issues. So harassment, bullying, and doping that cycling in Poland is now facing, and that we need to reform really, really quickly.
Thank you, Greg. I guess best of luck with all these structural changes. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have very short then question to especially to Agnes, the representative of National Olympic Committee. As we know, the overall evaluation rate of the social responsibility is really low in the context of Lithuania. So I would like to ask, what are the key points you would like to highlight for the members of NOC?
Well, answering to this question, I would like to refer in general into the sports structure of Lithuania. The financiation for the National Sport Federation very much depends on the sport results. So mostly national federations are very much focused on sport results. And I believe that's why the social responsibility has the lowest scorage in the good governance rate. And of course, we as an NOC very much encourage national federations and doing some small steps also within the NOC together with the social partners help. So we are tackling and asking federations to tackle dual athletes career programs. Also to encourage athletes to come and to be heard at the board of the national federations, as we believe that the athletes are the core element why we are here and working at the national federations or the National Olympic Committee. Thank you, Agnes.
Thank you very much. And this concludes our session. Thank you, all three of you, LSU for the hospitality, and all the viewers who stayed behind and watched this very, very important session. Thank you very much.
Dear viewers, welcome to the third episode of the Sports Forum interviews. My name is Domas Komandulis. I'm a member of the communication team.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Let me introduce my colleague and moderator, dear Professor Antanas Karbalius. There are two words that describe Antanas very, very well. First word is handball, and the second word is science. He has played handball himself, and he has coached handball for probably close to 50 years, right?
Nearly.
And the two most known athletes of his career is the Olympic champion and world champion Valdemaras Novickis and world champion Raimondas Valuckis. Antanas coaches Kaunas women's handball team Žalgiris, and he's also vice president of Lithuanian Handball Federation, and also teaches at Lithuanian Sports University about science-based sport.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for introduction. And it's my great honor to moderate this session to an elite athlete who has even won 2 Olympic medals. Austria won silver medals at the Athens Olympics and bronze medal at the London Olympics in athletics and pentathlon event. And she has won European and World Championship medals several times as well. She graduated from Kansas City University, the bachelor's degree in kinesiology. And later on, she graduated from Lithuanian Sports University, the master degree in sports coaching. And currently, she is coaching and began her doctoral studies in biomedical sciences. So I think we have to start. The first speaker is Ladislav Petrovich. He has been Secretary General of the International Council for Coaching Excellence since its foundation. He is Doctor of Science, and he is the coordinator of various projects for the training of sports coaches. He will give the very interesting topic related to international cooperation in sports coaching during COVID pandemics. So, welcome, Ladislav.
Thank you very much, Antanas, and thank you very much for your kind invitation. I will now share my screen with the presentation. Please confirm that my screen is shared. Okay, thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, I would like to give you some information about the activities of the International Council for Coaching Excellence in the last couple of years. We all know that the last couple of years were not without problems, and it stopped the sport life for several months, in some countries even for a year or so. Our organization of the International Council for Coaching Excellence is an international non-for-profit organization with the mission to lead and support the development of sport coaching globally. And our vision is that we would like to see that coaches are developed and supported by sustainable and professional systems. This is what we do. It's not our own work, it's the work of our member organizations. And as you can see, our membership comes from different areas of sport, such as national coaching bodies, international federations, coaches associations, but also educational institutions that deliver coaching studies, such as Lithuanian Sports University, which is one of our very strong and supportive members. We are an organization that brings together like-minded organizations, those who would like to improve the quality of sport coaching, and we count on the mutual assistance of our members. So we are not a supermarket where you just walk in and you take your knowledge. You have to bring something in. So we really would like to facilitate the cooperation between our member organizations. Some of them will need more assistance, some of them will want to share more of that knowledge. We are non-for-profit and member-funded organization and based in United Kingdom in Leeds with the kind cooperation of Leeds Beckett University. But for our European activities, we also opened a continental office in Malta, and the continental leg of International Council is called Sport Coaching Europe. Our activities are in very close cooperation with many global other sport organizations, the International Olympic Committee's Athletes Entourage Commission is our closest ally with the IOC. We are trying to support their work with information about coaches and sport coaching. World Anti-Doping Agency is another organization where we provided some expertise when they developed tools for sport coaches in their fight against doping. The International Paralympic Committee also approached us when we started to develop some educational programs for coaches, because we would like to be inclusive and we would like to develop as much knowledge as possible for the para sport as well. Same with the Special Olympics, we signed an agreement with them and developed some of the educational materials for them for coaching children. European Commission is a very strong ally. We have been invited to several projects and several expert groups as an organization that is responsible for sport coaching. So we try to support the sport unit of the European Commission all the time. Commonwealth Games Federation is another very strong supporter of our organization. We try to cooperate with them in the development of Commonwealth Games and the Sport and Global Coaches House that is normally organized during the Games, and with other development projects. Last but not least, I would like to highlight Olympic Solidarity. Our organization is a dedicated partner of the Olympic Solidarity funded projects, where there is a focus on coach developers and non-sport specific coach education programs. Our activities are based around 4 different strategic areas. First of all, we believe that we need to have the right structure within our organization in order to be able to help our members and the wider sport coaching community. The second strategic area is to support coaching development systems. So we do not deliver sport education programs. This is what our members do. What we can help them and what we can provide for them is really that kind of expertise in development of their coach development structures and their systems that they can provide for their own coaches and for the development of their sport. The next area is giving coaching and strong voice. Our organization also provides home for a number of coaches associations. These are those national organizations that are trying to provide the voice of coaches in the decision-making process, in the development of policies, development of different laws and structures within their own sport or within their own country. Last but not least is building coaching as a profession. This is a very strong strategic area for us. We would like to see that coaching will be recognized as a blended professional area in many countries, more countries than for the moment. And the main topic I would like to speak about was that how can an international organization respond to COVID circumstances? We know that it has been a very difficult time for those organizations and those individuals who need to be there in person. Fortunately for us, we have been used to work online and to work together through different distance and time zones. So what we could do was really to strengthen our online presence, to provide more opportunities for the coaches, coach developers, and coach officials to participate in different webinars, workshops and conferences in different projects such as iCoach Kids, para-coaching, or different programs for coach developers. We also participated in a number of online or hybrid events organized by our members. For your information, we just came back from Lisbon. We were very lucky that we were able to organize a global coach conference in person. Obviously, many people from other continents were not allowed and able to join us, but I believe that we had a very successful event with 500 people in person and another 300 online. That was a huge success, and we hope that the next Global Coach Conference will continue with this great initiative. Thank you. I just got a message that the meeting was closed by the host, so I would like to ask our Lithuanian colleagues to give me some technical advice what to do next.
So, dear Ladislav, you can follow up. Now it's okay.
Good. Thank you. I will get back to my presentation then. So, apologies for this small technical issue. I would like to continue that the ICC also provided ground for increased activity of the ICC committees and working groups. We developed some new projects, updated some of our policy papers, core documents, and existing frameworks. But we also used this time for some little house cleaning. We looked inside our organization what can be improved, revised our articles of associations and our government structures. And I would like to go into some details of some of the examples of our activities there. You can see a fairly long list of global initiatives, and I'm not going to speak about all of them. I would like to highlight some of them in some of my next slides. But as you can see, there have been many activities, mainly on the level of coach developers, on our global movement, iCoach Kids, and also on International Coaches Day, which I would like to speak now. In 2019, we started, based on the initiative of our Finnish colleagues, this European Day of the Coach, which was part of the Be Active European Week of Sport. And the first year was very successful within European Union countries. Our members from Europe, they participated in this initiative. But once that was done, we had an idea that why don't we make this movement global? So we spoke to our members from around the world, and we decided that we will initiate the International Coaches Day on the 25th of September every year. And ever since, in 2020 and 2021, we had a great success. And in 2021, we also convinced our colleagues from China to join in, and immediately our numbers doubled. We reached 600,000 viewers of our 121 posts in social media. So I would like to encourage everybody who is part of the coaching world to celebrate the International Coaches Day on the 25th of September from the next year again. I mentioned our working groups, and these are the main topics that are interesting for our members. It's about coach developers, those people who teach or prepare future coaches. We would like to provide this expertise to our members so they can develop their own coach education in a much better way and in more effective way. Assessment in coach education is a topic that we really have struggled to organize in the last few years. It is very important that we are able to assess how effective and how good our coach education programs are. And we brought a number of experts together to try to create some kind of structure for that assessment. Also, evaluation of the program impact. Many sport organizations come to us and ask us, please help us. Is our program good enough? What would we need to do better? What are the criteria for evaluation of such an educational program? So that's another group that started their work, and they will provide valuable information for our members. We also created a group around the emerging nations. Developing countries are increasingly interested in coach development, and we will try to map the situation in several emerging nations, and we will create structure for them to help to develop as much as they can. I also mentioned our iCoach Kids project. iCoach Kids started as an Erasmus Plus project, and we developed a global movement out of that. And I'm very happy that my colleague Chris van der Hegen, who is going to speak after me, is one of our brightest stars of the iCoach Kids movement. We have created opportunity for the organizations and individuals to share their knowledge through our webinars. And we are also going to have another online international conference, which is absolutely free to attend, and it will be in 2 weeks from now. We also partnered with Nike about this project. We created new website for the iCoach Kids, and we also filmed some new MOOCs, and we're very, very happy about the partnership between the ICC and Lithuanian Sports University, that LSU is supporting us with this movement, and they are one of the founding members of the iCoach Kids movement. The ICC Coach Developer Program started as an initiative of the Japanese government through the Nippon Sports Science University, and ICC was asked to partner with that program. And in the last 4 or 5 years, we were able to create learning opportunity for coach developers from around the world across different sports to find to give them an opportunity to build up their expertise about learning and behavioral change. How can they support coaches learning in practice about their leadership skills, but also about their facilitation skills? And different educational materials based on the International Coach Developer Framework were developed, and we are hoping to expand this program to other countries around the world. We have already succeeded with some of those. As I said, the initial program was in Tokyo for several years as part of the Sport for Tomorrow program of the Japanese government. But we also had our groups in Jordan, in Singapore, and already finished 2 sequence programs in Zambia. As I mentioned, through our Olympic Solidarity Cooperation, we are looking forward to provide this opportunity with some IOC support to other developing countries. And last but not least, we were trying to provide the opportunity for higher education institutions to match their educational programs, their degree programs in sport coaching against the standards for higher education. This is a discussion document that was started in 2016 and is constantly developed based on the pilot projects that were done in Australia and in Europe, and another one will be done in the United States. This provides some kind of international recognized consensus about the key components of the higher education programs in sport coaching. So this was generally just a very short wrap up of the programs that we have done in the last 1 year. As you could see, the online presence became much stronger, and we are trying to support our members as much as we can with this exchange of best practices. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ladislav, for the presentation. Thank you for the great work that you are doing in ICC. Our second speaker for today is Chris van der Hagen, Coach, Education Director at Royal Belgian Football Association, Assistant Coach at Belgian Red Flames. By the way, congratulations on your victory last night against Poland. Member of UEFA Gira panel. I don't know Chris in person, but looks like his whole life is football. He is a player, a coach, a tutor, mentor, technical instructor, and probably much more. Please welcome Chris van der Hagen.
Hey, thank you very much for your nice introduction. And football is a big part of my life, but it's not only about football, it's also about education. So, and these are really my two passions, educating coaches, educating players, like I did before, because for 22 years, I've been working as a language teacher. So it's only now since 12 years that I'm working at the Belgian FA. So I say good afternoon to all of you. I want to share my screen, and I think you should see it now. Can you confirm this? Yeah.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good. Then we can start. So it's okay like that?
Now. Sorry, not now. Technical problems. Okay.
Okay. What we do? I stop sharing, I go back?
We don't see your slides.
Just a moment, I try again. I put on my glasses. So share screen. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes. And when I go to presentation mode like this, also?
And now they disappear. We don't see them.
Very strange. I share again. Just a moment, I check what's going on there. So there's only one. Okay, last try. There we go. Up. And now, yes.
Yes, looks good.
Okay, okay. So there we go. Yeah, so the topic is creating the best possible sport for all environment. And this is really the key to make people love sport. And I think in the pandemic period, we have seen how important sport is. And yeah, like I just said, this is my environment. So it's all about football, but I will start to make the link with sport for all from my environment and from UEFA. So UEFA is the governing body for football all over Europe, and I think they do a great job in grassroots football. And like you can see in grassroots football, it's about sport, football for all. And this is really part of the vision and the mission of UEFA, that they want to try to ensure that everybody, everywhere, has the opportunity to play football in a safe and quality controlled environment, because this is also really important, that quality controlled environment. And in their mission, they try to spread that message all over Europe and to maximize the number of active football players and organized football activities. And I want to compare grassroots football with sports of all by showing you this image of the iceberg. And we all know that the professional game or the performance sport, this is what we see on television and in the media, and it attracts most of the media attention. But in my opinion, the top of the iceberg, it's the most visible part, but it's not the part that makes the biggest impact. The mass of ice under the water level, that makes really the biggest impact. And that's what it's all about in sport for all. And if we want to create the best possible environment, we will watch all the time towards the coach, because the coach is really the key person to create the best possible environment. And Laszlo talked already about our initiative with I Coach Kids, and this is really one of the main missions that we try to raise the bar in coaching, that we try to have the best possible environment for all the kids. But I will use the example of I Coach Kids to show that this is can really be an inspiration for everybody who's involved in sport, and that we can use some of these tools also for sport for all. And like you see here, coaches are really responsible for the environment, and we call them the architects of the environment. And this is a picture and a question that I'm always asking myself when I'm in front of players, when I'm in front of coaches, when I'm doing a presentation like now. Who will be in front of me, and what are they able to do, and what are they able to learn? So it's up to us who are responsible as a club, as a coach, or as a governing body, to create the best possible environment. And when we start thinking about children, I often use this picture to ask participants in sessions, is this a good experience to give children wings to fly, to teach them to ride a bicycle? And then everyone will say, no, of course not. So, but this is really crucial, that we have to make the sport fit the athlete and not the other way around. So we really have to be aware who is in front of us, and if it's about children, then we have to create a sport environment that fits the children. So we can of course ask now the same question for sport for all, and that's what it's all about. If we have to adapt for children, we also have to adapt for the other age groups and the other target groups who are involved. And that is a crucial question about our organization. How can we create an environment where the sport fits the athletes? So the first important thing when it's about children, don't forget children are not mini adults. So we cannot just copy paste what we do with the adults environment. And to create the best possible environment, coaches need a big toolbox. And with ICT, with iCoach Kids, we have created this toolbox. And at the first moment you think, oh, this is a mission impossible, but it isn't. Thanks to the literature review, and this is quite important that it's all research-based, we have created or we have launched all over the world 10 golden rules, the iCoach Kids Pledge, 10 golden rules for positive experiences. And I think when we talk about sport for all, it's about creating positive experiences. And just watch the picture and watch the faces of the participants. When you watch the faces, you know enough. And this is what we have to create for all the sport participants who are in our environment. So if we just go quickly through it, because these are just 10 rules, and I also adapted them a little bit. So normally it's in iCoach Kids, it's be child-centered, but I've added also here be athlete-centered or participant-centered, be holistic, be inclusive. So everybody should be able to be part of your environment. Really crucial for everybody, for children, but also for adult people. Make it fun and safe, because this is a crucial element, especially fun. Prioritize the love for sport over learning for sport. So if you can make that they love the sport they are participating, they will learn it automatically. So really focus on how can I create an environment that they love. Focus on foundational skills, do the right things, not too difficult, not too easy. You really have to know what is the level that they expect and that they can do. And here for children, it's engage parents, but when we are in a senior or adult environment, I would say just engage adults positively. All the people around, try to make them part of your sport environment. And then, of course, plan progressive programs, because everybody who's involved in sport, they want to make progress. They want to learn in one or another way, even the adults. Of course, we are all different, or we are all individuals, we are all different. So there is a need to use different methods to enhance learning. And this is really where you show as a coach that you are there to adapt to your participants. And competition, last one, use it in a developmental way for children, for adults. Some of them, they really need competitions, others, they don't need competition. So it's up to you to know what is the best environment for them. And by just applying or trying to apply these 10 golden rules, I'm sure that you will be in a mission achievable to create a positive sport environment for your participants. And I used already several times, create the best possible environment. And this is also a tool that has been developed in the iCoach Kids project. It started from a project from our colleague Nicolette, who made research about what is the pedagogical climate. And we transformed it into a pedagogical compass that we use often in Belgium in the football coaching environment, because these are really the 4 parts that you need to be aware of to be able to create a really good sport and learning environment. And it's about creating structure and clarity. It's about creating a motivational climate that all the participants are motivated. It's about giving to each player, child, athlete, attention, that they feel valued, that they feel that you care about them. And finally, it's also a development-oriented pillar where we try to make the athlete responsible. So if you try to work on each of these 4 pillars, for sure the participants will really enjoy and will be engaged in your sports environment. So just showing some pictures how we did it in the conference with iCoach Kids, where we did a session inside with really small children, and you see we really try to adapt to them and to involve them fully. And this is the big challenge and big issue. The sports environments are coordinated and organized by adults. And for us as an adult, it's really different. It's really difficult to understand the real needs of children. And to be able to understand the real needs of children, you must be able to adapt your eyes. And when you are able to adapt your eyes, you see the reality of the children, you see it through their eyes, and you know what they want, and you cannot then adapt to what is really the best possible environment for them. I just want to share with you, it's a short video made by our colleagues from the Netherlands, and it's a guidance to create, it explains how you can create the best learning environment for youth participation. Just there you go.
Create the best learning environment for young people. What is the best sports learning environment for children and young people? One that provides age-appropriate training and instruction. A place where they can have fun by achieving success through their own efforts. Where they are supported and appreciated just as they are. And a place where they can feel comfortable and safe. Essentially, this is a club whose focus is not sport, but its young athletes. This may seem easy on paper, but things become more complicated in practice. Exercise material isn't age appropriate and doesn't correspond with young athletes' motivation to do sport. Skilled athletes get the best equipment and opportunities too soon and for too long. Young people with behavioral problems are too quickly labeled troublemakers, and unacceptable behavior goes unnoticed. As a result, children will enjoy sports less and drop out at an earlier stage. How are things going at your club? How should you discuss this topic? By using the Pedagogical Sports Compass. This is a 4-pronged conceptual framework based on scientific research. Development-oriented. How can young athletes reach their full potential? Motivational. How do they become and remain motivated? Caring. How do you give them sufficient support and care? And socially safe. How do you create a socially safe environment? Your club may already successfully offer a range of age-appropriate sports, but you can still improve social safety for young athletes. The coaches at your club may have already been made aware of the importance of giving positive feedback, but still need to learn how to appreciate and see every young athlete as a unique individual. Use the compass and set the course at your club. Visit the website for more information.
Okay, I think this is really a very nice video to show how you can create awareness about these 4 pillars. And to finish, I will make the link with what we did in the iCoach Kids pledge. And it's really fantastic to see how the 10 golden rules, they really match with what you just heard about the pedagogical compass. And you see different parts, it's about how to learn, what about being a child. The blue part, it's about didactics, how can we, what didactics do we have to need? And the green one is about the relationship, because this is really crucial in sport for all. It's all about relationship and about connection between the participants. And in the center, we really have the child center or the athlete centered approach, where our objective is to have a holistic approach and to create autonomy on the side of the players. So there are 4 different corners or 4 different pillars with different focus, but when we will now make the combination with the iCoach Kids pledge, you will see that all of them are linked to one of these four corners. And this is a good example that our I Coach Kids pledge is really effective, because the whole pedagogical climate environment is really involved in these 10 golden rules. So this brings me to the final questions about why do children join and stay in sport, and I will do the same for adults, because creating sport for all, it's trying to involve all of them. And when we watch what are the arguments or what brings them to the sport club or to the sport environment, it's first of all fun and enjoyment. It's feeling competent, that they feel that they are able to do something, that they learn new skills so that they make progress. Very important is the social aspect, being with friends. And of course, the role of the parents is so important, because when they support their kids to be active in sport, and when they give the example, it's really helping a lot to keep them in sport and really to make them love sport for a lifetime. Same thing about adults, but of course, the themes that emerge from the studies in regard to why adult people participate in sport are a little bit different. And they were related to health, social groups and community, relationships, sometimes also about competition and achievement. They want to achieve an objective, and also, of course, about successful aging. So these are the main 5 topics that bring senior people to sport. So if we know that it's about these 5 themes, we should create an environment where these 5 elements are really present from the beginning till the end. So, and then I come back about what I said in the beginning. It's the crucial role is the role of the coach. And I always use that picture with the keys. The coach is not the norm. The player or the athletes are the norm. And it's up to the coach to find the right key, to find the connection with every participant, and to keep them in sport. And if in the beginning, maybe you say, I don't get really contact with this or this player, so then it's just easy, just try another key, try another way. But you really need to find that personal connection to really make them feel valued and to really keep them in your sport environment. So my last slide is just a question for you. It's the introduction to my last video. And the topic, like you see, it's about your best coach ever. And when I ask you to think about the coach you like the most, when you were a child or even when you were an adult, and if I ask you to describe this coach by choose one word, or there is one word that has disappeared, and choose one word to summarize this coach, then you will see that it's not really about tactical things, and maybe also not about technical skills, but that it's about something personal and about relationship. And if we were face to face, I could make the round of the room and say, give us some examples. But I think that my last video will show you really what it's all about. And like I said, best coaches, they create the best environment. So just watch this video, try to find out who was their coach and what about that best environment. So there we go. Okay, so, and I think that personal connection and that relationship, it's really what we've missed so much in the pandemic, and the contact, the social contact, the connection between individuals. It was hard because a lot of these contacts we didn't have them anymore, and then fortunately there was the sport environment that helped us to keep always the contact and to be together with other teammates, to work together as a team, to do sport together, and I think yeah, sport it's really a tool that it's a school for life, and especially in the pandemic, it's really crucial and vital that we can keep sport alive, and that everybody can participate in the best possible environment. And I think this is my last message for the audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for a really great presentation. It really inspires us to try and find the right key for every single athlete that we are going to coach. And our last presenter in this panel, but not least, is Louise Burkey from Australia. Louise is a sports dietitian who works with elite athletes. She was the Australian Olympic team dietitian from 1996 to 2012 Summer Olympic Games. Her publications include over 350 papers in journals and text chapters. She's an author of several textbooks on sports nutrition. Please welcome Louise Burkey.
Thank you very much. Just checking that you can see my slides. Now on full view. All good to go?
Yes, we're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and it's a privilege to speak on such an eminent panel. So we live in a crowded world where there's many different kinds of sports science offerings and strategies that are offered to athletes to help them improve their health and performance. So I like to try and make the pitch to the athletes of what to expect from sports nutrition, what's in it for them to invest in good eating strategies. And the way that I like to summarise it, and people expect dietitians to encourage athletes to eat vegetables, so I like to try and wrap up sports nutrition as a plan to eat your peas. And what we're going to do tonight is go through the different peas and some examples of how these might be achieved in a sports nutrition plan for an athlete. So we'll start off with the first characteristic of sports nutrition, and that is it's planned. It doesn't happen by accident. And we really do have a lot of knowledge based on good scientific evidence about the way that athletes can improve their health and performance by the way they consume nutrients, particularly around exercise. And we can give athletes lots of guidelines in terms of nutrients, micronutrients, and grams. The problem is that most people don't easily translate nutrients into food sources. And even when they can identify foods that might meet their nutritional goals, often the food environment in which the athlete is placed, particularly around exercise, doesn't make it easy to consume foods and fluids. And in many cases, some of the things that we rely on to guide our intake of food and fluid, like thirst and appetite, are dampened by exercise. And so if athletes are just waiting to feel they need to have something or get some sort of physiological sign that they should be consuming something, they're often not meeting their real needs. And so the bread and butter of sports nutrition is being able to take scientific evidence and turn it into food plans. And this is one of the reasons why sports dietitians have a particular role in the athlete's life, in that many people are involved in nutrition and understand nutrition, but it's really the dietitian that has the skills in counselling and the skills in practical application and sometimes food service that can translate those ideas into real life. The next P is that our nutrition plan should be periodized. Sometimes people think that there's this ideal athlete's diet and what the athlete needs to do is just go and eat, repeat every day. But our needs and goals change every day, and so should our food intake. And when we think about how we plan the training aspects of sport, most people really understand now the concept of periodization, where athletes start at the beginning of each year in a certain physiological, psychological state, and they identify where they're going to try and peak for competition, often several times in the year. And so what they do with their training plan is basically the gap analysis of what do I need to be successful? Where am I now? How can I get there? And then they arrange periodized training, which is an integration of a whole different range of different kinds of training strategies, training modalities that help them to gradually develop the characteristics that they need. And so we understand periodized training, but what we should be doing at the same time is every session of exercise should be coupled with a nutrition plan that is aimed at delivering the best outcome from that training session. So we have these very complicated periodized plans, and coaching is very much an art as well as a science in the way that these training loads, training modes are put together. But if we think about how then we can assemble nutrition around that, we start at the outside. What are some of the key things that an athlete might need to achieve over the training year? Maybe they need to manipulate their physique. Maybe they need to work on specific race plans or supplement protocols. What time of the year can these be sequenced into the training so that they can be achieved without interfering with other aspects of training? As we then go into the mesocycles and microcycles of the training program, we need to think that the training load changes, and so the nutrition support needs to change. Sometimes we're doing higher volume training, which might have greater needs for energy and protein. There may be specialised training that athletes are doing, such as going to altitude training, where suddenly iron becomes really more important. And then even if we go down to the day, it's not just about eating a certain amount of food and different nutrients, but rather spreading them over the day, and particularly around training sessions, to be able to get the best from every training session and to adapt in the period afterwards. And then sometimes we might even have more specialised projects, which are some of the evolving areas of sports nutrition science. And one of the ways in which I can best give an example of that is this idea now that sometimes our nutrition plan should be taking away nutritional support from the athlete rather than providing it in terms of getting a different response. And we'll talk about that in terms of the way we now think about carbohydrate in the athlete's diet. So we know that carbohydrate has a role as a muscle and brain fuel. And when I started as a dietitian 40 years ago, we used to think of carbohydrate as the one most important nutrient in an athlete's diet. And all athletes were guided to consume high carbohydrate diets all the time, regardless of the type of athlete that they were. Now, these days, we've completely changed our mind about this, but rather we think about fuel for the work required. Every day in training, every competition event, we think, what are the fuel needs for the training session, for the muscle and the brain, or the competition or race? And what can I do to match those fuel needs to the carbohydrate that I'm consuming before, during, or between events? There may be other sessions of training or other less important races where this fueling aspect isn't a key issue and other aspects of nutrition might take over. But this new idea is actually turning it on its head to think of carbohydrate differently. And this has come from our ability to take muscle biopsies and to look inside the muscle to see what's happening inside the cell as we stimulate it with exercise. And this diagram on the right-hand side is the kind of work that biochemists do around exercise performance. And they can go in and see this whole, I call it alphabet soup, of chemicals that are interacting with the environment, with the stimulus of exercise, and making changes within the muscle cell and around the body. And we now know that glycogen, the carbohydrate in the muscle, has a role not just as a fuel, but as a director of some of these activities. And when you do exercise in the absence of glycogen or with very low glycogen levels, you can actually drive some of these adaptive responses in a more fulfilling or longer way. You don't train as well, the performance isn't maximised with low glycogen training, but the adaptation to that training session may be better and different. And so what athletes do these days is they mix and match the sessions of exercise they do in the week with high carbohydrate availability, good carbohydrate fuel for the sessions where they need to perform maximally, with high quality training outcomes, with good performance, and some sessions with deliberate low carbohydrate availability, either by training fasted or by doing sessions of exercise close together so there's not enough time to refuel from one to the next. And here's just an example of how top marathon runners do it. And you can see that in the preparation parts of their training blocks, with the beginning, where they're working on improving their aerobic capacity, they're doing more of those sessions with the low glycogen or low carbohydrate availability. As they get to the competition phase, the way they eat around training sessions changes, so there's more emphasis on the high carbohydrate fueling. So it's certainly a different way to eat now as an athlete as you would have in the past. One thing I have to keep reminding my science friends, though, is that we can get really excited at our smartness and our ability to do the muscle biopsies and look at what's happening inside. And sometimes we think about those measurements as a proxy for performance. But I have to remind my friends that when you go to the Olympic Games, no one takes a biopsy, measures those things and says, we'll give the medal to the person who's got the most of one particular compound or the other. It's all about being the fastest, highest, strongest. And we must always make sure that we're measuring performance alongside some of our understandings of the mechanisms behind exercise metabolism. All right, let's move on to proven. And this is where we need to say that there's a lot of information that we get these days in many areas of our lives, and not all of it is evidence-based. And we live in the age of Twitter sphere and so much social media and false news, fake news coming in. And sometimes that's really challenging as a sports scientist. What I think of as evidence-based sports science is the kind of knowledge and practice that I can pin on rigorous research. I don't realise that everything that I'm wanting to know can be measured in a laboratory or undertaken in a scientific experiment, but sometimes my insight and my expertise and sharing ideas with other scientists helps me to modify what's truly shown in evidence-based situations and able to model it in the real life practice. That's not what I'm living with, and that these days there's a lot of what I call scienciness, where there's a lot of opinion about what athletes should be doing, but it's based on a kernel of truth, but really extrapolated by hype far beyond what we can justify. And it's interesting these days, and I have to thank Stephen Colbert there for this definition of truthiness, that so many times people feel if they feel it really strongly, if they really believe in it, then they must be right, regardless of the absence or presence of evidence. And to give you an example of where we've tried to add science to some of this scienciness, you often find that there's lots of testimonials from elite athletes or other successful people about the way they eat and how that's contributed to their success. I call this anecdata. And it's certainly interesting, and as an athlete and as a scientist who works with elite athletes, I can't afford to ignore this, particularly when there's a lot of information coming from athletes who are very vehement about what they're doing. But that's not enough for me to then change my ideas or feel that there's evidence behind it. We really have to go that one step further and say, is this worth investing our time to do a bit more scientific, rigorous investigation of what people are saying? An example of that has been in our studies around the low carbohydrate keto diet. And it started in about 2012, where we started to hear a lot of athletes talking about the keto diet. There was really very little to justify their interest. They certainly had a philosophy that by being on a very low carbohydrate, high fat diet, they would be training their muscles to be able to burn fat as a fuel, and that they've got much larger fuel stores from fat in their bodies than carbohydrate. And so it might be good for endurance performance. And we said, well, we couldn't really find any evidence from the literature to support it. There was only one study that had looked at it and hadn't really found the benefit, but we had to take into account that it might have missed something. And so we did a study. We did a study with elite athletes. We worked with race walkers. And one of the reasons I'm talking about this study today is that we've had some of your top Lithuanian race walkers come and join us for our studies. And we've had them come to Australia, to the Institute of Sport, and to do these real-life research-embedded training camps where we've had athletes, and in this case, we had some of the race walkers following a high carbohydrate diet all the time. We had another group following the same amount of carbohydrate in their diet, but spreading it into the high carb and low carb sessions, as I explained before. And then we had a group that were following the ketogenic diet. And they did that over a 3-week program. And before and after, we had them do 10,000 metre track races under IAAF race conditions. What did we find? We found all the groups, when they trained hard, improved their aerobic capacity. They all improved by about 3 to 5% in their VO2 max. And the guys on the keto diet certainly improved their ability to burn fat. They were able to increase it by about 2.5 times, even though they were already good at burning fat when they came into the study because they're elite athletes. But their sessions of exercise were harder to do and had higher heart rates for the same work. And the most important finding we found was that you can burn fat, but it requires more oxygen to do it. And what we found is when we look at elite performance, athletes like to know how economical they are. How much oxygen does it cost to run at a certain speed? Because you know endurance athletes have high aerobic capacity, but they want to be able to conserve it as much as possible so that for a very small amount of that oxygen, they're moving really fast. And what we found with the keto group is that they had to use more of their oxygen capacity to walk at the same speed when they're burning fat. And so everybody got fitter, but only the carbohydrate supported athletes actually got more economical. They were able to move at the same speed, but now for a smaller capacity or smaller proportion of their VO2 max. So they became able to have a second gear to move up to, whereas the keto group didn't improve. And when we put them into the race, we found that the high carb groups both improved performance, but the ketogenic diet group, even though they were fitter and had a higher VO2 max, didn't improve their race times. And so we recognised from that it's not just about burning the fuel, it's about having the oxygen to burn the fuel that limits performance. And that if you want to be able to move as fast as possible with the oxygen you can supply to your muscle, carbohydrate is a much better fuel. We've been criticised because we didn't go long enough. We only went for 3 weeks. But the problem people don't understand is that when you're dealing with fuel systems, they're built in. It's not something that you can change. 100 years ago, scientists could measure that it took more oxygen to burn fat than it did carbohydrate. They didn't know why, but they could measure it. 100 years later, scientists know the pathways by which we produce energy, and you can't change these pathways, not in 3 weeks, not in 3 years, not in 3 millennia. This is how we're hardwired. We were able to see that fat took about 4 to 5% more oxygen to produce the same energy to move at the same speed. And that's really critical. In other areas of sports performance, things that improve economy are changing sport just in terms of black and white. Every record in men's and women's distance running from 5,000 metres up to the marathon has been broken in the last couple of years. And it's all been attributed to these super shoes. What do these super shoes do? they improve economy, they reduce oxygen cost of running by about 4%. And so we go back to our high-performing athletes and say, do you want to give up that same advantage by burning fat? No, I don't think so. Our next P is it's all about you. It's personalised. We've got to recognise that we can come up with some ideas about sports nutrition, but we've always got to keep personalising them to the type of event, to the type of the athlete, and any particular special issues that they have around their nutrition or medical needs, or perhaps genetic predisposition. And the big message I'd like to give out with this aspect is that there's an underrepresentation of females in our sports science research. Not only are there fewer sports scientists that are females, but fewer of the participants in the studies that we do are females. Most of us, and I'm guilty of it, choose to do subject choices as male athletes. And so we're coming up with our evidence-based guidelines for males and just assuming that females are just smaller men. And the area in which this is most particularly bad is in the area of performance. This is a study that looked at the whole list of publications that were published in 3 sports medicine journals over a period of time. So all of these areas of study were around exercise and health and performance. And the area in which females were most underrepresented was in this area of looking at what can help performance. And so people like me really need to be better at including females in our studies so that we can be sure that our strategies based on studies of men also apply to females. And there are different reasons why males and females might have different responses to some of our strategies around sports nutrition and training. We heard before that children aren't little adults, but neither are females smaller men. They have many differences, particularly around their hormonal environment, and that's not just different to males, but it changes over the phases of the menstrual cycle. So women are very complex, and there are probably a range of things that we don't know in terms of differences between males and females, and we'll only know by doing the studies. The last couple of P's is that what we offer athletes needs to be practical. We can have lots of ideas about what might be the optimal nutrient support for a certain situation, but we have to be able to match that up with the way the athlete can eat and drink. And sometimes there are challenges to doing that, and we need to be creative with coming up with solutions to bridge the gap from nutrient to food. And we must also build into it some of the other special aspects of eating, such as the culture of the athlete and the enjoyment of food and the social interaction around eating. That must be all part of a sports nutrition plan. But sometimes we've got to be careful that we don't overcomplicate it. Sometimes we can come up with a million different things an athlete could do, and that just adds to the burden of what they need to think about on the race day. Sometimes we need to have a simpler plan or a plan B to make it easier for the athlete to actually achieve it on the day. And the last P is our sports nutrition needs to be practiced. We need to have athletes doing it over and over again to tweak the plan to make it better and to adapt themselves to be better at the plan. And some examples of that, over the last 10 years, there's been a real interest in trying to break the elusive 2-hour marathon. And it was undertaken first by the Nike project, and in 2017, they did a whole range of different strategies to try and do it, and they failed by mere seconds. But they went back to the drawing board, they debriefed and tweaked the plan and went back and tried it again in 2019, and this time they were successful. So you can learn from your mistakes. But the other thing you can do is you can train your body to be able to be better adapted to the nutrition plan. And so I'm going to finish off by just giving you a little case history, and I've picked race walking because, as I said, I've got some interest in Lithuanian race walkers. And to show you my little case history, I have to introduce you to Jared Talent there. Jared Talent is Australia's most successful male athlete, And I started working with him after the Beijing Olympics in the lead up to his London event. And if you don't know much about race walking, which I didn't before, he was specialising in the 50K event, which is about a 3.5-hour event. So it's a very long race in which fueling is important. But the beauty of the race is it's done on a 2-kilometre course, and so that you've got complete control over what's happening in terms of nutrition support. There's lots of opportunities for Jared to be able to take in nutrition from the aid station every 2K, and someone who's at the aid station can be completely in the knowledge of what he's consumed and what's happening in the race. So when he started to work with me in 2008, he said, and his coach, what would be changing in nutrition to give me some advantage? He'd been very successful at the Beijing Olympics. He'd won 2 medals, but he felt that he needed to be able to find new things to improve his performance if he was going to be competitive in 2012. So there were 2 things that were on the horizon at that point. One of them was that if you have much higher carbohydrate intakes than we used to think, that can improve performance of these longer races. Previously, we thought that 30 to 60 grams of carbohydrate per hour was the target, but there was new evidence saying that up to 90 grams could be even better. And something else that was really useful about consuming carbohydrate was just putting it into your mouth makes you feel better and go faster, because there are receptors in your mouth that talk to your brain and say you feel good. So even before that carbohydrate has been delivered to the muscle, it's making you go faster. And having every 2K an opportunity to do that was certainly an incentive to work on his nutrition plan. So we had some good ideas, but the other thing you needed to know about Jared in 2008 is if you do a Google search about Jared, the thing for which he's most famous is not his medals, but the fact that in Beijing he had a lot of trouble with his nutrition plan. So this is Jared coming into the stadium at the end of the 50K race, in which he won the silver medal. And you can see that his nutrition plan hasn't been very effective because it hasn't been digested. And so it's not getting to his muscles, and it's kind of interfering with his ability to breathe as he's at the end of his race. And so here he was not tolerating 30 grams an hour, and I'm saying to him, I want him to hit 90. The good thing to know is that the gut is like any other organ. You can train it. If you practice over and over and over again, you can make it more comfortable and better able to absorb nutritional support. And so that's what we did over those years. And here's a picture of London 2012 at the aid station. You can see that I'm looking from Australia at the top of the line, right down the list of aid stations. And you can see that most of those athletes are being handed water. This is what Jared's aid station looked like. Lots of carbs in different sorts that he'd practiced every week for the previous year, and we'd monitored everything he consumed and gradually built up to the plan of 90 grams per hour. And we had special ways of being able to hand it to him so that he was able to grab it really quickly. Jared's missing a finger on the hand that I hand him his supplies, so I need to be very quick at doing it and have it all together rather than trying to hand 2 things over at once. So this is what it looked like on the day in terms of his nutritional support. We targeted 90 grams an hour. He made 89, so pretty close. And what you can see is that his race was really based on his ability to get faster towards the end of it. His fastest split over the 50K was those last 5Ks, and he worked himself right up in the field from 9th into 2nd place on the day with a personal best and an Olympic record. And in fact, he still holds the Olympic record because 4 years later, the person that beat him in that race was disqualified for drug taking, and Jared was finally given his gold medal. A 50K race walking event is now finished on the Olympic program, and so Jared remains the final Olympic record holder. So there we are, our 6 Ps of our nutrition plan. And what we hope we can do with athletes is be able to put it all into the blender and come up with the plan that's right for that athlete so it produces more Ps: peak performance, podium placings, and personal pride. Thank you very much.
Louise, thank you so much for a great presentation, and thank you for breaking down the all complicated science of nutrition into all those small steps and P's that we could all look and think what we're doing and if the right thing that we're doing or not. So thank you so much.
So thank you as well. And now it's time for discussion. And I would like to ask a question. Sports coaching is a science or an art? And I would like to give one example. One coach asked for another, are you going to this conference? Answer was, no, it's science. How do you comment? Maybe Ladislav?
Yeah, I will give an answer like we talked also about it in the conference in Portugal, in Lisbon. So the first days of the conference was about research, and the next 2 days was about application of the research applied to the sports. And during the conference, we have been talking a lot about how can we close the gap between research and coaching. And I think this is really crucial, that on the research side, they have to be aware that once the research is done, that there should be a transfer into coaching and into application. And I think that Louise gave some good examples, and that is really crucial. Then also on the side of coaching, and that's part of coach education, that we educate our coaches about what is research, what is science, why do we need science, and how can we make that transfer from science into coaching. But it's like yin and yang. We need each other. We need the science to help us to go to the next level.
Would other panel members would like to add something?
I would like to comment on that, and I fully agree with Chris. What we would like to achieve through our international activities is that we would like to create that bridge between the sports science and practical coaching. It's as Chris said, it's both ways. It's not possible that we just tell sports scientists that, okay, give us something tangible. We need to educate our coaches so they are able to ask questions. But then we also need to educate our sports scientists that please give us an answer that is digestible by the coaches in frontline. So this is a difficult and long process, but I think it's an increasing number of sports scientists working together with sports federations, an increasing number of those researchers who are practically involved in the education of coaches will help us to close that gap.
And I can't add any more to that. It's lovely to hear that we're all on board with that. I think the idea that coaches and scientists need to be anti each other or competing against each other is completely the wrong thing. I think I appreciate what coaches do so much more now through having tried through science to try and improve things. You realise that there are aspects of performance enhancement that coaches have understood innately, and they've seen it. And then the role of the scientist is to help explain what they already know and then perhaps improve on it, because by understanding it from a different angle, you might be able to further tweak it. But we must work together to be able to get the best for the athlete.
The second question would be, could you briefly tell what has changed over the last 10 years, like in Sports for All, in environment in Belgium, in sports nutrition, and in ICC work?
Yeah, what changed a lot is first of all, the number of participation. So why did the numbers grow? Because of the quality control in the environment. So the better the environment is, the more people want to be in that environment. So that has been really a very big step forward. And then, of course, also the mediatization of sport. So we hear all the time, we need to be more active, and sport federations, they really start working on this and try to attract people to the participation sport much more than before. And I think we really have to work to go on to work further on in that direction. And that's also why the concept of iCoachKids is so important and nice, that we convince the whole world that we need qualified coaches to create a better environment for athletes and players.
And I think in my area of nutrition, most of those P's that I've shown you today would be different to what I would have said 10 years ago, in that we now have so much more complexity and nuance about nutrition. As I said, this idea of periodizing and the absence and the presence of nutritional support can both be useful when tweaked together. So there's still a lot more to learn, but one of the things that's been very helpful, I think, is that we now have some tools that allow us to measure performance in real life competition. And so instead of trying to measure our science in laboratories where we're trying to say that athletes cycling on bikes or doing some kind of a task measures performance, which is really completely different to what happens in the real life event, we've now got ways in which we can have performance monitoring, whether it's through data analytics or whether it's through wearables, collecting information around performance in real time, in real performances, that allows us to be better at being able to measure whether something's making a difference to the athlete, where it needs to make the difference.
And if I can just add that throughout the last decade, we experienced increased potential in raising the profile of coaches. Many people were just associating coaches with the technical and tactical skills. And in the last few years, many organizations, many countries, but also the entire society realized how important the role of the coach is in the life of the athlete. Outside of the sport, outside of that field, it can impact really any other aspect of the life of the participant and the kids. And the second issue is more what we realize, that the governments and the sports are more interested in development of their coaches. 10 years ago, there was not that much of interest, but they really would like to see their system working well and efficiently, and they are willing to put resources into that.
Thank you. The question is about higher education of coaches. For example, teachers of physical education, they have to have higher education. But for coaches, sometimes in many countries, it's enough to obtain only license. What is your opinion about it? Maybe Ladislav?
Can you just repeat the last part of your question? In some countries?
It's a gap between education of teachers of physical education and coaches education requirements.
Yeah, so I think I answer from the football environment. So UEFA and Laszlo will confirm it. UEFA has been in the last decade a great partner of ICCA. So the whole system of coaching standards and requirements has been led to a coaching convention. So we have a coaching convention that describes minimum criteria for all the countries in Europe for the different levels. So grassroots level, so participation level, B level, advanced level, and then the professional level. And I think, and now I take the example of my country, we take into account the education of physical coaches. we take it into account when they come to coach education. That means for a big part of the course, and then the course about didactics, physiology, they are free. They don't have to repeat this because they had it already in the academic part. But then you have the sport specific part. If you're a physical education teacher, you have been educated for all sports. So this is different than a coaching course for advanced level in football. So for the basic level, we take it into account and we recognize their competences, and there is a procedure for that recognition of competences. So there is no problem at all. But again, you have to talk to each other. You bring these two worlds together to serve your clients in the best possible way. But in our country, we even have it with 4 universities, a collaboration that they can deliver coach education licenses during the educational project or traject of their students. It's about collaboration with each other and exchanging the content, because that's also important, that the football content is the content delivered by the Football Association.
Thank you.
Well, if I can add something to that, it's a very important question, Antanas, and we have been discussing this for many years in our international platforms. We have to make a difference between the cultural issue, right? Like there is this very strong Eastern European perception about having higher education degree for coaches, but that's mainly because of the history of having full-time employed coaches. Now, mainly in the Western Europe and the other part of the world, you will have the the coaching workforce. It's like 80% of people who are volunteers. You cannot expect from a volunteer to go through a higher education degree of 3 or 4 years in order to work as a volunteer coach in the weekend. So we have to find that very, very fine balance between the job market and exact competence that person needs. So we'll have to find the right competence for right coach, but we cannot expect all of the coaches to have a higher education degree. That's just a dream that will not go.
Thank you, Ladislav. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Louise, for your time, for being with us today here. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and just wanted to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome everybody for the last session of the day, which will be innovation and digitalization in sport. So before going on with introducing the presenters, we will introduce ourselves, and then we will start with the presentations. So I am Daniele Conte. I'm senior researcher at the Lithuanian Sports University with my main topic and my expertise in applied science in team sports and in basketball.
And I am Inga. I am also a researcher in Lithuanian Sports University, and I teach here as well. And we would like to start with our first presenter, who is Dr. Nimai Parmar, who is a senior lecturer and program leader for Master of Sports Performance at Middlesex University. Dr. Nimai Parmar is also an executive committee member of the International Society of Performance Analysis of Sports, and today he will present the topic Bridging the Gap in Performance Analysis, how practitioners and academics can work together to solve applied questions. Please, Nimai, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm going to start sharing my slides. So hopefully you can see that clearly. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to be here and talk, and I hope that you'll find the talk interesting and useful, and I look forward to participating at the end, the panel discussion. So I run the Masters in Sports Performance Analysis at Middlesex University in London, and we have a whole suite of research and practitioner collaborations with professional and Olympic sports. So I'll start my presentation now. So I'll introduce my talk a little bit more in detail. I'm going to talk a little bit about performance analysis at Middlesex University and why practitioners and academics should work together. And I'll do this also through the guise of going through some exemplars of research projects that we've done and some of the lessons that we've learned from them. So at Middlesex University, we've been running a MSc in Sport Performance Analysis for over 10 years. It was one of the first courses in the world to be run, and it is one of the most popular courses with a worldwide international reputation. And we're just about to launch a new distance education course. And this is important to know because we're at an interesting time now where there is a lot of jobs that are coming up in performance analysis, and a lot of professional teams and Olympic teams are starting to use performance analysis more and more in their practice. So some of these relationships we've developed have also been undertaken through the guise of research degrees and projects and collaborations. And we're currently based at Saracens, who are a well-known rugby team at their stadium in StoneX. So here are some examples of our current and past collaborations with elite sports teams, specifically for performance analysis. So we've had a whole host of research and placement arrangements with England football, with England rugby, some of the Team GBs, and British tennis, and some Premier League clubs such as Leicester City. And it really, really is an exciting time with some exciting projects that we are undertaking and have undertaken in the past. So one of the critical things when we're working with elite clubs as academics is having clear communication. And I think that is one of the critical parts that is sometimes missing when we're working together, because we need to really understand the needs and the goals that everyone is trying to achieve. I will go through some of the obstacles that we faced and ways forward, and some of the lessons learned. And like I said, I'm really looking forward to going through the exemplar of the work we did with GB Boxing. So a question you might be thinking is why should we work together? Why should practitioners and academics work together? So, we have to sort of understand first what are their respective aims? Do they fit together? And from an academic perspective, especially in the UK, our aim is to create research with impact. And that means that we are, developing methodologies or results or information that practitioners in the real world can use. They can use to improve and impact their own practice. And for practitioners, people that are working in the real world, working for clubs and teams and whatnot, their aims are to keep up to date with the newest and relevant methods. And this is why and where they fit together, because the academics are trying to push forward the knowledge and the practitioners are using that new knowledge to implement in their practice. And I suppose the ultimate goal and the ultimate impact is to improve sport performance and improve our knowledge of sport performance. And that's where we need to bridge the gap. We need to make sure that academics are producing research and projects that are useful and meaningful for practitioners. So when we're working with performance analysis and we're working with data analysis, we need to ensure that we are working at the same level or beyond the level that are used by coaches. And we need to ensure that the research we produce is not only is it useful for practitioners, but we need to achieve our academic aims. And we need to have those questions, like we said before, they need to be addressing applied problems. And what the critical thing and the critical thing for us is to ensure that we create meaningful and useful outcomes that can be used by researchers, it can be used by analysts, and it can be used by coaches. So some of the strategies, through doing this, and I think some of the critical parts to success is to have alignment of these three key areas, and those are the applied research questions, expectations, and transferability. And in particular is the expectations of the academics in terms of, funding arrangement, and also the amount of data and so on that can be produced. And from the practitioners, it's usually timescale and the sort of amount of questions they want out of it. So aligning these 3 points is quite critical to having success. So I'll go through a little bit more about the example, of how practitioners and academics can work together through some work that I led on with GB Boxing. So this was a project between Middlesex University, GB Boxing, and the English Institute of Sport. So GB Boxing, this was in the lead up to Tokyo, which just happened, the Olympics, and the English Institute of Sport oversee the sports science provision to the Olympic and Paralympic GB sides. So this project was all about utilizing computer vision. So computer vision is about the automatic detection of patterns in video footage. And the whole goal was to try and generate new insights for boxing. And due to their expectations and their deadlines, we packaged this together as a 1-year MSc by research project. So the stakeholders are quite important, and we had multiple stakeholders in this project. We had the performance analysis stakeholders, which was myself, and I led the project alongside Nick James from performance analysis. We then had the computer vision experts, we had Professor David Windridge. And then we had Dr. Julia Wells, who is head of performance analysis at the English Institute of Sport. And we had the performance analyst from GB Boxing. And they all fed in, we all fed into the student, who was Jack Fairweather. So one of the critical bits of information that we sort of understood quite quickly was we needed to have all of the stakeholders' involvement very early on. And in particular, the end users, so the people that were going to use the findings in their practice, so the boxing practitioners. And that really helped us to shape the research questions and the project to be useful and meaningful. And they were really appreciative, because this was one of the things that set this project apart from other projects that have happened. And that was the fact that we involved those end users, and sometimes they can be left out. So why? The whole point of this was we wanted to impact GB boxing. We wanted to have an impact on the Olympics. We supported, this whole project was to help support those performance analysts that are working hard. And ultimately, this computer vision project was about trying to understand the movement strategies of these boxers. And this was to help feed into their preparation for the Olympics and other competitions, and to also impact on their training methodologies. And the ultimate goal was to sort of create activity profiles of these boxers. So when we undertook this case study, we had to really start off with a needs analysis and try and understand, what questions could we answer from the data we have available, and really look at having achievable and useful research questions. And it needed to be achievable because an MSc by research is a one-year project. And therefore, one of the critical parts was having a balance between meeting the academic needs, but also the practice needs. So what we mean by that is making sure that the student can pass their MSc by research and have a sufficient quality to meet the requirements of that degree, but also meeting that practitioner needs and what GB boxing needed. So it was quite important that we had that balance. So we undertook the needs analysis, and what that really entailed was looking at what data we could capture quite easily and readily now, and thinking about what opportunities we could have for future analysis. So here on the bottom right, we can see a figure. We've got an orange box and a gray box. So the orange box was what we currently had, which was a top-down tracking system. And what that basically means is we had a camera that was above the ring. And that camera above the ring would allow us to calculate and generate distance metrics and think about training loads. And the opportunities for future was the gray box, which was the side-on tracking. So in the future, if we developed cameras and systems that observed from around the ring, we could then develop this project further to reduce our tagging time, looking at automatically detecting punches and recognizing the punches and the different types, with the ultimate goal of having an automated fight tagging system. So it could be done automatically through computer vision. So it was quite useful to do this needs analysis at the beginning to scope out, what we could do for the MSc by research, and also what opportunities we could have for the future. We also undertook a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. And then we started to work on developing a performance-focused novel question. So earlier on, we had the stakeholders. We developed, a general overarching question that we would work on. And then once we undertook the needs analysis, we then, and we did the SWOT, we did this, you saw from this orange figure, with all that information, and we fed that into developing this performance-focused novel question, which would achieve the MSc by research. Another key thing that we like to think about is the longevity of the project. So like we said, once this project finishes, what happens next? And by doing this needs analysis, that gives us good opportunities to have options once this current project finished. So some of the key challenges were to ensure that we could facilitate contributions, because we had so many stakeholders. There was a lot of people involved in this project. And one of the key challenges was to ensure that we had sufficient contributions from the practitioners and from the academics, and that we found a happy medium. quite stressful when you have deadlines. The time flew by very, very quickly. And we needed to really ensure that whatever outputs we generated, we had to ensure that these were transferable. And that was quite an important part of the project. We had to ensure that we met expectations, and actually finally to just deliver the project on time and deliver what the practitioners wanted. So one of the key things for us that we learned on this project as well was to continuously clarify objectives and clarify that the student understood what needed to be done, that the practitioners knew what they wanted, and we clearly understood what they wanted, and that we clarified our intentions from the academic perspective. And really, like I say, the inclusion of all these key stakeholders and having them involved at early stages helped with the communication. And it was very apparent that sports-specific knowledge is really important, and having the different areas of expertise through the collaboration was one of the reasons why this project was a good success. We had the computer vision, we had the performance analysis, academics, we had the practitioners, and we had more general strategic head of performance analysis involved as well. And these projects evolve continuously. And I think that was something that we weren't afraid of. We weren't afraid of things changing. One of the key things that we learned from this and working together and really championing this method was that things change and we need to be agile and adapt to when things change. There might be situations, for example, COVID hit during this project. And there were a couple of months where there were some problems with collecting footage and collecting things, but we have to be agile and we have to adapt. One of the key things as well to understand is that when we are looking at a one-year project and we're looking at collecting data for 6 months, we really need to pilot test. We really need to, at the beginning after the first few data collection rounds, is go through that data and make sure that it's reliable, conduct some preliminary analysis, and therefore make changes and adjustments if we need to. And that is one really important part that is sometimes missing is undertaking that pilot testing. So the project was a good success. The findings helped Team GB prepare for their training and competitions prior to Tokyo. And they are taking this computer vision project forward also. The student passed their MSc by research with a distinction, and it was very successful and beneficial for all parties. And we produced some really impactful research. And the student actually got taken on as a consultant. So in conclusion, I think research partnerships offer really meaningful ways for academics and practitioners to work together. These can be through either, MSc by research or PhD studentships. They can also be through just straight up research agreements with academics. But the reason why I like these MSc by research and PhD studentships is because we give students really good experiences in world-class environments that they might not really experience otherwise. And that helps them to become more employable. And practitioners also benefit because they have access to novel findings. And I think it is really a mutually beneficial partnership and a really good way to work together. And academics get to create real-world impact and get to see how their research can impact practice. So moving forward from this, what are we taking forward? We've now developed 2 PhD studentships, which are currently active with Leicester City in the Premier League. We have one student who is a goalkeeping coach for Liverpool Football Club and a consultant for UEFA. And we currently have 2 master's students who are based with England Rugby and undertaking research-based dissertations. So we've really taken forward this model and started to implement it into a variety of sports and areas, which is really exciting. And another way that we can actually also collaborate with industry and practitioners and academics can work together is to address issues in the sector. And one of these issues, and this is the final part of the talk, is, we identified earlier on, about 2 years ago, that there was a lack of diversity in performance analysis in professional sport. So we could see that there's a lack of Black, Asian, and ethnic minorities working in performance analysis positions. So we created a bespoke mentorship scheme where we offered 10 scholarships to students from ethnically diverse backgrounds, and they received a good tuition fee discount, accreditation, and a Huddle Elite Sportsco license. I just thought I'd finish off with that in a sense of that not only can practitioners and academics work together for research projects, but we can also work together to address social mobility issues and so on that are evident. So thank you very much for listening. It was a lot to pack into 20 minutes, so hopefully I finished on time and I'm not late. But my email address is there, and I'm very open to speaking and following up with any questions anyone may have. So thank you very much.
A nice presentation, so we will have questions at the end of the session. So now let me introduce the next speaker, which is Professor Zoran Milanovic, who is an associate professor at the University of Niš in Serbia, and he collaborates with several other universities across Europe. He's a very well-known scientist in the area of applied sports science, since he published more than 80 papers on international peer-reviewed journal. Not only, but he also has a very good, I would say, an extensive experience as a practitioner. So also on the field, collaborating with the football Serbian national teams with youth categories. So thank you for joining, Zoran, and please share your presentation and you can start.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to support such really valuable event and conference. So today I had very tough task to summarize all innovation and digitalization in football. But I'm going to focus on the most important, according to my opinions, its current use of GPS technology. But I will further discuss applied artificial intelligence or machine learning models, as well as augmented reality, especially in football. And if we compare football development from slow, how they change from slow to fast model, we can conclude that despite we pay attention on tactics and technique in football, this part of football is slowly developed. And just to mention, we have tiki-taka style of play, and it's last 10 years very popular. So it's not developed very fast. In the midpoint is strength and conditioning, where influenced by technology develop a moderate level. And finally, we have technology, new gadgets, new IT sector, which impact and influence football a lot in terms of broadcasting and in terms of applied principles. However, despite we know that there is many benefits using technology nowadays, I would like to emphasize another point that I called it the good, the bad, and the ugly part of technology. We have many different companies which produce day by day new gadgets and new devices, but some very important issues are not are still questionable. I will mention just a few of them, such as reliability and validity, because we have many fancy or many nice dashboards, but if we go further and from research point of view assess validity and reliability, we can see that they are not so precise. And from scientific point of view, we should be very, we should pay additional attention on those devices. Furthermore, there is some devices and technologies are time consuming and need a lot of human resources, which is not easy to implement in especially youth football academies, because you need to invest a lot of money. And finally, some technology and gadgets are very complex, and we need special educational program to organize, to educate, an example, ex-athletes or previous coaches who will upgrade themselves. But I will not focus on that side of technology in football. I would like to just mention a few recent technology which already known, such as goal line technology and VAR technology, where we have a lot of questions. Should we change the football from this perspective and include VAR technology? But at this stage, we can conclude that it's very useful, and we have much better, according to my opinion, situation than previously. However, I will focus on GPS technology, probably already known technology for all of us and used more than 10 years, more than 20 years maybe. And I would like just to provide one example when technology benefits sports a lot. Recently, the giant in our field, Jan Ekström and Roald Barr, published one very interesting article, which is related to injury rates, and they perform 18-year prospective cohort study data collection with 12,000 injuries and 1.8 million hours of play. And what they conclude that in the last 10 years, the injury rate decreased significantly compared to period from 2000 to 2010. And what they conclude that FIFA 11 plus program for injury prevention was very successful. And they conclude as well that we should continue to use those prevention programs. However, if we go beyond behind the scene, we can see that GPS technology appeared in 2004, and after that we have commercialized devices from 2006, but most of the clubs use GPS technology from 2010. And if we summarize all evidence and put on the table, we can see that from 2008 or 2010, when most of the clubs observed in their study use GPS technology. So I would like to ask all our audience, and if I'm in the role of mythbuster, someone who is mythbuster, and if I assess who decreased the injury incidence more, the FIFA 11 plus program or technology, we can see that the more clubs use technology, the injury incidence decrease rapidly. So from 2010, we have lower injury incident, and it's obvious that not only prevention program, technology is also related to injury incident decrease. And final conclusion is that we should use technology to train smarter, not harder. And it's based on my personal opinion, it's more related to injuries. Apart from that, I'm also a fan of applied artificial intelligence, and this is what we currently develop at our university in three different directions. One is related to injury prevention and prediction, another is automatic match recording and analysis, and the third is talent identification. We know that artificial intelligence is already applied in medicine and many other fields very successfully. But this is the new topic in sport and especially in football. Why I support use of artificial intelligence in football, especially for injury prevention and prediction, because currently we try to solve the problem of one complex issue such as injury with using univariant model. Assess one variable at certain time and try to predict injury or prevent. However, injuries are very complex issue and need complex approach, multidimensional approach with because many variables can impact one injury. And despite we have many articles already published, we can conclude that we still have a problem in this topic, which is very important because we know that availability of players are directly related to position and to success of some football team. Currently, we have few articles related to artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the first one was article performance on relatively small number of participants, around 132. And that model was not precise enough. However, another paper included more than 700 athletes in study, and precision was very high, around 80%. So the model is able to predict injury with rate of 80%. It means that we are on the good way to develop better and better model, but we need to work all together and to increase the database to solve such a problem. Because a recent systematic review clearly concluded that for artificial intelligence in sport and in football, we need large sample size and we need much more than we currently use. So we need to organize joint projects or joint or whole league data collection to solve such a problem. But definitely artificial intelligence is a promising tool in injury solving problem. And I'm pretty sure that many insurance company will invest in this issue to cover such a problem, because the cost of injuries is around $200 million for an example, English Premier League or Spanish La Liga or something like that. So artificial intelligence will be next step for injury prevention. Apart from that, we have another possibilities to apply the artificial intelligence in football. It's based on automatic tracking and recording matches, which is the new camera devices, which are able to make panoramic view and record each match or training session without human resources. How the system is working, it's automatically connected to cloud and can turn camera on at certain time preset and use and directly record and transfer the training session or match to cloud. And after that, we can set live broadcasting to any device. With this artificial intelligence camera solution, we can go in two ways. One is related to broadcasting of an example, small events, match such as youth academies, youth leagues, female, and something like that, where we can make really good output despite it's not professional working without human resources. But at the other hand, we can also provide additional benefits, such as to earn some money for clubs or for youth academies, because we can say that parents or other people who are interested in the event can pay to watch training session, or they can pay to watch the game, despite it's not on TV, just online. And the whole system is automatic, so no need to have human resources. But from a researcher perspective view, we have possibilities to tag and analyze each match or each training session from the distance and have immediate feedback to players in the dressing room. So performance analysis moving to another stage, because we can organize an example performance analysis from distance, and the players can have immediate feedback in the dressing room. I know that this already exists in big clubs and for clubs who can invest a lot in human resources, but this solution is the best solution for youth academies, for youth competition, for some clubs which have no huge budgets to cover many human resources, or can, if you have no enough performance analyst, you can find someone from Middlesex who will perform performance analysis in distance. And despite he's in London, you can use this advantage in Lithuania and or Serbia, or any other part of the world, because the whole process is in cloud and the camera perform automatic recording. Definitely, this system will be applied for broadcasting. So we very soon we will be able to follow even under 16 or 19 years old competition online, whole league, or we will be able to watch female matches more often. And broadcasting will not be focused only on big matches, on big leagues. So we will be able to follow each match from any competition, because this is not expensive solution. And also we can share with players, teammates, and whatever we want. This is already known strategy, but we can perform it from the distance. And the final implementation of artificial intelligence is related to talent identification. Some countries already started to perform data collection to identify talents, and we also create one platform in Serbia called Smart Football Coaching, which combine many different data, such as testing, such as exercise, and so on, in one complex system to create a big data system. And based on exercise, report, and testing, we are going to create artificial intelligence model or machine learning models able to perform to provide us information related to talent or injury prediction. And finally, to conclude this topic and today's presentation, I would like to focus on augmented reality, which is the new tool for broadcasting. And 2 years ago, when I was in China and followed World Cup, I was really impressed with technology and how they organize broadcasting of any match and analyze each situation. And I feel like I'm on the field with the players, and this is really nice view and interaction for each of us next to TV. So we can, augmented reality will be definitely part of next broadcasting, where we can explain in more detail and create better view what's happened on the field. However, my opinion and what we currently started at University of Niš, we start to develop one educational program based on augmented reality, because coaches usually don't like to read long explanation of each exercise. And we would like to create exercise database which to present all exercise using augmented reality. How it's usually like, we currently have exercises in 2D or 3D model, and this is good to have 3D model, but for some parts, especially for countries with not good football coaches educational program, we would like to create something in augmented reality, which is the closest to have mentor next to you who will guide and teach you how to perform each exercise. This model for match analysis, but we would like to create educational program where we have narrator who will explain each exercise and emphasize the details in each exercise, because in football education process, details are very important, and coaches not pay attention on details, or it's very hard to explain some specific situation. So we develop augmented reality exercise database for our coaches or for coaches worldwide, and I hope that we will have this project completed or partly completed very soon. We start to create startup company who will address the topic with our science and technology park in Niš. So this is very interesting, and feedback from the coaches is very, wow, we have the new tool. We don't need to read any paper or any exercise explanation. We just need to listen and watch how we should perform some exercise, which is more interesting for them, and they pay attention more on such approach. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm currently open for each question if you have.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Zoran. It was very interesting to listen to your presentation. And now I'm going to present our last presentation today from Professor Manel Valcarte. He is teaching in the International University of Valencia and participates in numerous national and international courses and congresses. Professor is currently CEO of the sports consultancy Valgo and CMO of the technological Valte. He is an expert in sports marketing and technology development management, actions for facilities, organizations, and federations. And we are looking forward for your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon to all the participants, and thank you very much to the invitation in the Sports Forum, and congrats for the organization and the success of this forum. Okay, my presentation topic is about the influence of technology in business models and sports service post-COVID, or in this moment, in this pandemic situation. I try to select the, one moment, please. Try to select this, okay. One moment. It's nice. Okay, thank you. So I'm a doctor in physical activity in sports, mentioned in sport management, and so what you say, a marketing and sports management consultant. And I'm doing classes in the university and in different masters and sports management postgraduate. So, and unfortunately, we are in the biggest crisis in the history. So it's a big crisis, and this pandemic situation is the biggest crisis since of the end of the 19th century. So, and this crisis affect in this moment to the 90 or maybe total countries on the world. So you can see the evolution of the different crises in the history, and only maybe similar to the 30 years, okay, in the crack. But now in this moment is really a biggest crisis in the world, and we are suffering this crisis, and we need to do something. So we need to overcome this situation, and for this the technology and the innovation maybe is a nice solution to overcome this situation. And it's important to know what is the technology and what is the innovation, and what can we do, or we can apply this innovation in our organizations and in our companies or maybe gyms. I recommend to you to listen the Oslo manual. We produced this manual in 2018, and this manual explains what is the innovation and how can companies apply to overcome different situations. And the definition of innovation is understood as the conception and implementation of significant change in the product, for example, process, marketing, or organization of the entity, with the purpose of improving results. So the innovation is the conception, is the implementation of significant change, not only little change, it's significant change in different elements of the company with the purpose of the improving results. So this is important to understand. So to do this innovation change, we made the application of the new knowledge and technology that we can develop, for example, internally in the company or externally collaborations, or occurring through advisory service or by purchasing technology by other companies. So this is a second important question. The innovative change are made, but the application of the new knowledge and the technology implements to do the new change or significant change with the objective to propose the improved results of our organizations or companies. And this is the question in this moment, the use of the technology and the use of the digital transformation. We are living in the fourth revolution, and we are now in a disruptive acceleration of the use of the technology and the use of the digital transformation in the organization. You can see the different evolution and how the interest of the digital transformation, for example, of the use of the technology in the companies are grow and more in this pandemic situation. So the companies, the organization, sport organization too, are very interested in the digital transformation of these organizations. But firstly, it's important to clarify in different concepts, because not is the same digitize. Digitize is only, for example, the transition of the analog to the digital, for example, to the paper, to the digital forms or digital elements. But the second concept important to know is the digitization. The digitization is the path to the digital from the automation process, and we can change different process in our company, for example, to reserve the classes, or for example to the budget, or to do different things. But digitization is the automatization process in digital form. Okay, but the third important question is the digital transformation, and the digital transformation is the automation, this automation process, and how this affect to the business model. The digital transformation is a change in the business model of our organization. For this, I think it's important to know these three different concepts and how we can implement the digital transformation in our organization. For example, the digital transformation, what areas of influence we can improve or we can apply in the organization. Firstly, in the strategic level, in the strategic areas. For example, the digital transformation with the mission or vision or values of the organization. For example, with the best resource to apply this digital transformation with the budget, or for example, with the skills. It's important that the different staff of the organization of the company have the best skills to apply this digital transformation. And in the marketing and communication, for example, but not only in the operational level, in the strategic planning of the company, no? And so in the last level of the strategic, in the business model, how can I change my business model to implement the digital transformation and improve my results, improve my budget. And another implementation or area of influence of the digital transformation will be in the operational level or in the operational area. For example, implementing the technology in the facilities, the equipments, for example, in the service, in the training or communication or relations with the customers, in the marketing and in the experience too. And for example, in the economic management. These different areas, in the operational areas, we will see in this presentation too, with examples, and we can use or we can do these implementations. So when we implement the digital transformation, the technology in the strategic areas and in the operational areas, we can measure these implements and adaptation to do better these situations and to know how affects our organization. Okay, in the strategic area, the influence of the technology could be in the business models and the adaptation to the digital environment. For example, has been different business model change in the other companies, in the big companies in the world, for example, in Facebook with the business models through advertisement, or for example, change in the business models with the technology via a subscription with, for example, Netflix. You know, no, this is a revolution too in the business, or for example, change in the business models via freemium or premium contracts with the customers, like Xbox, or for example, business models connect, supply, and demand, for example, Uber. This is examples of the importance of the implementation of the digital transformation, the technology to the business companies, and with a very interesting results. No? So this is important to know to apply in the classic sports models. Not only the match day, not only the broadcasting, the broadcasting, or for example, a commercial proposal. No, the important is to know the new opportunities that we have in sport in our organization, and apply this technology to change our offer with the fans or with the customers. For example, the new concept of sportainment or the new concept of datainment, we use the technology to do a better offer and to get more benefits and more results in our companies, sport companies. The hybrid model is important to know. Or for example, the localization now with the technology and the digital transformation, we have the possibility to arrive at new customers and new fans or new options to offer our service. And this is important to professionalization of our companies to do this new skills, with new kinds of stuff, etc. No? And the importance of the emotional value. In these moments is very interesting, the experience and the emotional value for our customers. Here in this presentation, you can see the sports industry framework and the new key industries in the sport, for example, fitness, health, security, tourism, retail, or communication. And you could see too the innovation scenarios to change this process in the companies. For example, the fans engagement, the smart stadiums, business insights, team and player performance, education, media, e-sports, sponsoring, or fitness and health. This is the newest scenarios of innovation. And the technologies, the key technologies to do this, for example, the Internet of Things, the computer vision, the virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and the importance of the use of the data and the machine learning, for example, or artificial intelligence and blockchain. Sure, in this moment, you are listening about the crypto and the blockchain technology, no? And here you have different examples to use these technologies and the applications in the different elements of the sports facilities, sports companies, sports service, and you can see the different applications in these photos and these examples. Okay. So in the strategic area, in how can we change the business model? We have the example of the Apple is the #1 company in the world, and they changed the offer and they changed the relationships with the customers. For example, before or now before, yes, of this change, they manufacture products, for example, computers, iPhones, etc. And they sell by different channels, like a shop or web or e-commerce, these products to these customers. And the new change, the new business model is not only manufacture products, if not develop a service like, for example, apps, for example, the cloud, for example, music, or for example, the fitness, because Apple, you know, they have now a fitness service for the customers, no? And they use the channel, the new channels for use this service is the products. Okay, is the product, no? They sell products, but the most important now is the focus of the business model is the service. And this is the new business model of Apple, and I think it's interesting for us too, for the sports, no? The focus is the customer, the focus is the customers. The customer subscribes a different service and use this service with their products. So this is the new business, and I think it's important to know this proposal from Apple, and why not apply or implement in our service, sports service. For example, in a gym or in a sports company, we have service, okay, but we use only one channel, maybe the physical channel, to arrive at different users or customers. And I think it's important to know that there are a possibility now of a new model to the relationship and to offer our service. The customer focus always is the most important, to know their necessities and make the service especially for these necessities, and personalization our products and service. No, so we have now a half of service. We can offer not only training, for example, nutrition, for example, physiotherapy, or for example, tips of lifestyle too. No, we can offer a different service for create a lifestyle or well-being of the customers, and we could use different channels, not only the physical channel, not only 2 hours per week in the gym training. We can keep in contact with the customer in all moments, for example, with the technology, with the computer, with the web, with the app, and offer different service and offer different actions to be with the customer all the time, in all moment, in all day, for example, with app. And this, we have a possibility of monetization. We have a new possibilities to monetization this service, and we can new possibilities to make new products and new offers to our customers. And in the operational area, so I show you different examples to adaptation to the digital environment. For example, in the direction and management, for example, in the marketing and communication, for example, in facilities and equipments, and for example, in physical activity and training. These areas, the operational areas in our organization, we have the possibility to improve or to implement the technology, and we have improved our results. For example, in management with the software and connectivity, we can do different areas to manage the organization, for example, the company, and economic and financial management, or the customer management and billing, commercial management and sales, training routines and programs, reservation of and planning of activities, physical assessment of the client, or nutritional management and gamification too, for example. So with the software, so with the technology, we can manage different areas and things of our company. Another example, for example, is in the facilities. You know, in Spain, for example, the Real Madrid, they are building the new stadium, and this stadium is the use of the technology is very important. It's very improved, and the digital transformation of the facility to give new service and new connections with the fans, and really I hope in the finish of the next year, finish the building. I invite to do a visit, because sure you have new ideas and new forms to connect with the fans and the customers. Another influence in the facilities, for example, innovation and sustainability. And this is an example of a stadium in United Kingdom, the stadium made with organic material to care and respect the environment. So I think it's important, the sustainability in these moments, and to improve in our facilities to be better with the environment and with the planet. No? And in the training, my colleague before explained about the importance and the use of the technology in the training. For example, to analysis and prediction, we can use sensors, software, apps, wearables, artificial intelligence, and we have KPIs to know the evolution of the sportsmen in the physical area, tactical area, or technical area, injury or the prevent to injuries. There are different elements like media coach, way scout, in a stat, and it's very interesting the use now of this kind of technology to perform the training and the predictions, etc. And the use of the technology in service too, for example, with the OTT or TV on demand, we can make new content, so specific context for our customers, for our fans, and I think it's very interesting the use of this kind of the devices and the service using the TVs on demand or the OTT or the app channels. And I think it's very interesting, and there are a lot of demand of the customers to use. And of course, the use of apps, no? Because you have your entity in the customer's pocket. You can have a bigger relations and continuous contact with the customers and with the fans, and it's interesting to develop your own app with your contents and with your capacity to relationship with him. For example, you have you can show this app with a menu, and you have a different service, and you can do the different actions, and you can see your evolution, training evolution, or reserve your classes, gamification, etc. Okay, another kind of implement of technology or influence of technology is in the experience. Today in Paris, Leo Messi is doing a advertising campaign to promote this website, the B Stadium. This offer a new experience, physical or digital experience to the fans, and with the use of the technology and for example the webs. No? Another use of technology is the virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and experiential reality. And you can see the effects, the important effects of these kinds of technology in the customers, in the fans, etc. No? So the digital transformation elements, how can we do it, and what elements can use? We can use the web, the social media, the mailing, for example, in the first stage, or software and app in the second stage, and in the third phase, the data and wearables. And in the last, when you have other elements improved, you can use the chatbot, blockchains, or virtual reality, augmented reality, etc. And this is important, the omni-channel. The digital transformation could be omni-channel to have a real-time visibility from any location, a single view of the user across all channels. We have agile management to launch a new product or service, and it's interesting to distribute management of order that allows supporting scenarios such as online sales or consumption, and the preparation of the provision of the service on an omnichannel loyalty program. New challenge to go finish the presentation. New challenge, for example, for sports, home, outdoor, new corporation or corporations, and that they use the technology, and maybe could be could be effect to the sports, and we must to consider maybe real too about these corporations like Peloton or Nike, for example, or Apple or Google. And it's interesting to learn what they do and how can implement or how can adapt our organization. So some conclusions, actions to consider in digital area, for example, not replicating the real world, not is the same. For example, digitize your service offer, show it, or understand the customer journey to apply and in our organization. It's very important, the omni-channel strategy to give a complete offer, and the hybrid approach. We are people, no? And in the physical area, rethink the physical space is design, no? Or maintain the essence of the experience in the physical, reuse spaces, open air segments, for example, or generate safe and friendly communities, and important, the hybrid sale. It's a complementary or physical and digital. So the digital transformation as an organization strategy, technology as a complement to our management, customer-centric sports service is important, the focus on customer, and the transition from physical space to hybrid space. Our product, I think, is our service. No, here you can see this robot in the Tokyo, in the Olympic Games Tokyo. But I think the technology is a complement, never replace our work in sports. But why not learn? Why not know how can use the technology for improve our organization, for improve our results? Here you have in the presentation some reference. You can see, you can learn, you can read. And thank you very much, Axu, for the opportunity, and keep in touch. Here you have my email and my website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Manuel, for your very nice presentation. Now it's time a little bit of questions for all today's speakers. So the first question is: elite clubs hire data analysts to develop both business and sports models using machine learning techniques and artificial intelligence. Do you think that this will be a figure on which also university should invest to develop both from an economical and research standpoint? So maybe this is a question that all our speakers can answer. So please, who wants to start?
Yeah.
Okay, Zoran, please.
Okay, thank you for good point and good question. What I see here as a problem, because university needs support for some projects. And so if you nowadays write a project, submit and wait 6 months to get the money and fund to develop your artificial intelligence model or some approach or something like that, the other private company or some funds who invest already are ahead of you. And I think that it's very, very big problem for university. Maybe some private university with private budget funds can invest in such approach. But for other, it's very hard to compete with professional companies and vendors companies who invest in technology and sport, because they have already marketing aside and they have channels. Our colleague already present, all channels are already developed. So in one project, you will not have enough money to develop all points. And I'm really afraid that you cannot develop by own your artificial intelligence totally, but you can develop part of that, or you can develop one point from an example. As Nimai already said, we should be on the field to identify the problem. As a researcher and practitioner, we can identify the problem in practice and then advise IT or technology guys who are probably not very often in the field to make a bridge and connect both sides. So as a researcher, our role will be like this, but complete process is very difficult to, like you start to develop some new mobile brands. Already known brands are ahead of you and it's not easy.
Your answer, maybe some of you, Nimai or Manuel, wants to comment also on this.
I'm very agree with Zoran. Only I say it, but I think it's necessary in the university to make new courses or trainings in the, for example, analyst data, for example. I think is a job of the future in sports, or someone of the jobs of the future. And I think it's important in the university to learn these skills and for example, collaboration with the companies in this kind of software, and because, for example, the clubs or, for example, the companies, sports companies needs people, needs professionals in analyze data, or, for example, in programming too, no? Here in Spain, there are a lot of problems with the programmers because there aren't. All the society, all the companies needs to develop the program, software, etc. And it's necessary to programmers to do all this, no? But in the sports, I think it's necessary to professionals in the technology skills, in the data analysis data, and why not? The university needs to offer this kind of trainings or learnings.
Thank you, Manuel. Maybe Nimai has some further comments.
Yeah, but I totally agree with what Zoran and Manuel said. And I suppose the issue you have with most professional sports is they want a package that is ready to go. They don't want to mess around with packages that aren't ready. So it creates some challenges depending on what club you're dealing with. But, I think that communication between practitioners and researchers is really important, and you can work on that, but also collaborating with industry and collaborating with those companies that are undertaking artificial intelligence is also important. So I think it can work. It just requires a lot of communication and advanced planning and openness, because some companies don't want to lose competitive advantage. Some clubs don't want to lose competitive advantage, but some are a bit more forward thinking. So it is complex, but it can be done.
Okay, thank you very much. For the second question, we also got a question about how the business and applied science model can work together in clubs or with external stakeholders.
Well, that's like a general question. Well, for my example, we've had quite a few different relationships with clubs. For example, FIFA, they've just launched a brand new football intelligence system. So I was up at the data collection center in Newport, Wales on Monday and Tuesday, and they've just employed over 30 analysts to start analyzing all FIFA tournaments. So currently there's the Arab Cup going on, which is a big FIFA tournament. And then we got the FIFA World Cup happening next year. Now, sometimes what they had done is they contacted us quite a few months ago. FIFA had said, we would like to contact some of your current and former students. And we've put our students in touch with them, and they've employed over 7 students to support their data collection processes. So some collaborations can be with current students, former students. We can also work on placement bases. So at the moment, we've got 2 students working with England Rugby. So that is where the students will undertake, their placement and their research dissertation with the club. And then the club in return gives the student a very good experience, and it shows them what happens in an elite environment. The club also supports them. We encourage them to support them with financial support. And then you've got, that's more like a taught package where they're doing a master's. But on the other hand, you can also have PhD studentships where students are working directly, they're teaching, they're doing their own research, they're publishing. So there's a whole host of ways in which academics and clubs and students can work together.
Very much. Do other speakers have anything to add?
Okay, so we can move to the next question. What are the main possible reasons for practitioner not to use the scientific proof about performance analysis? Like, why academics are not always trust? Maybe this question is a bit for Nimai, Zoran. I don't know who wants to reply. It's a good question, I guess.
No, I can start, and then obviously Zoran can contribute and everyone on there. But so I think sometimes, practitioners, like I said before, they want to know a tried and tested method. They're not always so believing in new research. We have to look at the methods, and you have to have a good, credible track record of working with teams. But I think it takes time to develop that trust with practitioners, and it's all about relationships and developing good communication. And actually, the problem with some academics is we're really interested in publishing in high quality, high impact factor journals. And that means you have to have lots of data, you have to have big statistical methods. But then the more you go towards that, is the further away you get from getting something that's useful for practitioners. So like in my talk, I was saying there's a balance. You have to have a balance of the practitioner side and a balance of the academic. Otherwise, you get a lot of results which have no use for practitioners, or you have work that is very, very applied, but then you can't publish it in any journals. So it's trying to find that balance, which I think is important. And that is the hard part.
Yeah, I agree with Imai definitely that the consequences, and also some practitioners are afraid of evidence, clear scientific evidence. And because they always talk about ideal tactics, technique, approach, or methods applied in youth development. And if you perform measurements, initial and final, and you prove that that method doesn't work for that age group for some reason, they're afraid to be penalized by a supervisor or some others who can say, this is not good way we develop the players. So they, from the standpoints of view, they can get real critics about the methods. But we should, because some of them are ex-players, some of them are not involved in the science a lot. And we should emphasize the importance of science and how science can change the players. Many famous coaches in Serbia, an example is top football clubs. They said, okay, I produce one player for Manchester United, or I produce one player for Real Madrid, and they forgot 10 others who are far away from football, an example. And no one said, look, we have chance to develop 11 players, but you develop only one players because you don't apply science. And we always are focused on the best one and forgot how many we destroyed because not applied science or proper science or scientific approach to develop the players. This is the problem, because we are only focused on the best one.
This maybe also links with the fear a little bit to use new technologies, probably, because if you're not very skilled on that, you don't want to look like a loser, so you risk your job.
But not only fear. I think that technology developed day by day, and even for us, for researchers, it's very hard to follow all application, all technology gadgets and something like that. And can you imagine some coach who finished the education process 10 years ago, and nowadays he's not able to turn on some devices or follow up? And more coaching license programs are related to technique and tactics. So no one includes such lessons or lectures how to develop, and they need to follow seminars each year. So it's not easy for them to follow all technology nowadays. And also there is no many university or faculties, departments with special master or bachelor degree program designed for performance analyst, for IT experts or something like that. So we have huge gap between head coach, assistant coach, strength and conditioning coach, and there is gap between performance analyst.
And one question for me, one question for you, sorry. And how is your opinion about the use of the technology in the scouting? For example, in the scouting, because here in Spain there are using know a lot of this kind of technology, and so I think is a good tool, no, to control and to supervise. But I think too is necessary to know how use, and like that you say, no, the importance of the professionalism, no. So, but I think the scouting is in the future too. They use this kind of technology.
This is the reason why we start to develop artificial intelligence model for talent identification and prediction based on already collected data. And this is for sure will be a promising tool, because you know that if you have players, the best player at the age of 16, it doesn't mean that he will be the best at the age of 20. In contrast, usually players who are at average at the age of 16 are the best at the age of 20 because you have potential and performance. And it's nowadays very hard to assess potential, but you can assess if you have good testing and screening observation. And if you base it on performance development, you can assess the point and potential at some players to invest or not. And I know that many companies are interested in that topic to invest, to decide in which player should invest. It's not easy. You have 20 in the squad and you have in the academy 200. So how to focus and what to develop.
And we work quite closely with some of the professional football teams in the UK, and more and more the scouting and recruitment departments are utilizing performance analysis a lot more than the old technique of handwritten notes. So it is changing, but there are a lot of clubs that don't use performance analysis, but it is changing.
But I'm also, I cannot say that I'm fear, but there is also a problem because if we observe, if we screen everything on players, on youth, and if we put a lot of pressure because look, this is your action, you should be better in this situation at the age of 12, 13, 14. It will definitely lead to pressure and more pressure. And according to evidence, around 70% of athletes drop out from the sport due to lack of enjoyment, not play for fun. And this is the big problem, also ugly side of technology. You provide evidence to each player day by day. An example, look, your high intensity running is not proper enough. Give more to yourself. Parents push the kids. And we have one other side, and ugly side of technology. We present the evidence to the youth players at the age of 12, 13, and they said, okay, I'm not good enough. I withdraw from the sport, and they usually, especially, it's also a very big problem in football. They not continue to any other sport. Once they stop with football, 95% of those youth athletes not try any other sport, even at the age of 13 or 14. So I'm not fan to implement and use technology, performance analysis or some other at very young players. And I also would like to hear your opinion about that ugly side of technology.
Zoran, I think that's a very good point you made. There will be so many things to discuss about, but we are running out of time. So I would like to say thank you everybody for joining this presentation, and we will stay in touch in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers who have provided valuable insights and expanded our knowledge on sport for all, good governance in sport, sport activities in post-pandemic recovery, and innovation in digitalization in sport. I would like to thank Ministry of Education, Science of Sport and Lithuanian National Olympic Committee for partnership in organizing the forum. I would also like to thank all participants in the forum, without whose active participation this forum would not have taken place. I would like to take this opportunity to invite everyone to tomorrow's International Scientific Conference, Athlete Training Management. And at least I wish to invite you back to the Sport Forum next year. Follow the information on the Sport Forum 2022. Bye.